Labrīt! Prieks jūs visus sveikt jau 8. jauno vēsturnieku zinātniskajos lasījumos. Prieks, ka par spīti pandēmijai un citām dzīves vētām mēs esam spējuši šeit ierasties. Man ir liels prieks, ka mums ir ieradušies arī mūsu sadarbības partneri no Lietuvas, būs arī no Igaunijas, vēl nav ieradušies. So, as this is the international conference, I should speak both Latvian and English. So, I'm very happy to see you all here. I'm very delighted that our colleagues from Lithuanian have arrived. They actually arrived already yesterday. So, but for the official opening ceremony, I would like to give a word to the head of the Institute of Latvian History, Professor Vida Strauve, please, the floor is yours. Sveicinu Vida Strauvi, Latvijas vēstures institūta direktoru, Latvijas universitātes profesoru, teikt ievadu vārdus, lūdzu.
Paldies un labrīt visiem. Pirmkārt, labrīt un paldies Valmiešu pilsētai, kur ir bijusi tik žēlīga un ir kaut kādus gadus atpakaļ izlēmusi piedalīties šajā avanturā ar jaunajiem vēsturniekiem. Un šī tradīcija turpinās, un es ceru, ka valmiešiem šī sadarbība neatņem. Pirmkārt, uzkārt, mani vissirsnīgākie vēlēju jaunajiem vēsturniekiem, kā referentiem, lai jums ir veiksmīgas uzstāšanās, interesanti domu apmaiņa, kādas diskusijas, un jūs no šīs konferences aizējat ar kādu pievienotu vērtību, Ladies and gentlemen, dear young historians, I am sure that we all are glad to meet again in person at a surely conference. This is an excellent opportunity for young historians to verify their findings, identify flaws in the research, and set new goals. This is also a great opportunity to exchange views and learn new things. It's significant that Valmiera has been chosen as the site for the joint efforts in the Institute of Latvian History with the University of Latvia and Valmiera Museum, which has been going on for several years. Here in this town, we can see some historical symbols in medieval Livonian, Valmiera, known as Roma, was one of the political centers. It was here that most of the landtags took place. It's possible to say that Valmiera was a political capital of Livonia. In early 19th century, the surrounding of Valmiera saw the famous Karolis rebellion that largely determined the course of development for coming 20 years and resulted in the abolition of serfdom. I would like to wish the participants of this conference, especially for the presenters, interesting presentations and intense discussions. I hope that we all will have the chance to meet in this beautiful town on the banks of the river Gauja in the years to come. Paldies! Un vēlreiz, lai veiksmīgi konferences noritē, paldies jaukajiem organizatoriem, valmieriešiem, vienmēr uzturēja ļoti augstu šīs konferences.
Paldies. Valmieras muzeja puses Valmieras pašvaldības puses, es aicinu Valmieras muzeja vēstures vadītāju Lietu.
Labdien, cienījamie klātesošie, esmu patiesi priecīgi jūs visus šeit redzēt klātienē, neskatoties uz to, ka, kā jau Alberts minēja, kāds pāris gadus mēs tikāmies tikai caur ekrāniem, un es pievienojos tiem novēlējumiem, ka lai šī diena spēj jums dot līdzi ne tikai pieredzi, bet arī turpmākajā savā pētniecības darbā, kā sniegt jums palīdzību atrodot konkrētus, varbūt kādu mentoru, un atsaucoties uz nesen notikušu lekciju Latvijas universitātē, kur vēstures Mārtiņš Mintavs salīdzināja pētnieku ar Ezīti Miglā, kurš izgāja no Miglas kā pavisam cits cilvēks. Es novēlu, ka pētniecības gaitā, kamēr jūs katrs pats ar sevi, ar savām domām, ar saviem materiāliem pētāt savu pētāmo jautājumu, tomēr jums nebūtu tik daudz tie gaistie tēli, kas parādās Ezītim Miglā esot, un ka jums tomēr ir šis draugs lācīts spieži blakus, kurš jūs uzcienā ar avīzi aptu, pacietinot tēju. Tā kā es novēlu, lai šī konferences dod jums ne tikai pieredzi pašiem uzstājoties, bet paņemat arī līdzi jau kādu domu biedru vai mentoru. And so I'll speak in English as well. Everyone, I'm very, very glad and pleased to see you here in Valmiera Museum. We are very happy to make and deal with this conference already for the 8th time. And I'm hoping that after this day, you won't be taking with you only this experience, practice, to be on public, tell about your researches, but also to take with you friends, maybe mentors, maybe someone who can help you with your ideas to find the best way how to research further your themes, your subject. And I don't know if those who are not from Latvia know this beautiful cartoon, Hedgehog in the Fog, but one of our professors, one of our historians in Latvia's university, he said that hopefully nobody will be as a hedgehog in the fog while he is looking or researching his subject, his theme. So you wouldn't be alone in this, I would say, hard way sometimes. So there would be always a friend, as a hedgehog has, there who gives him a tea, gives him a marmalade, so he would be good and feels good in his way after his research. So, very good day here in Valmiera, and I hope that we will meet after a year again. Thank you.
As every year, after this conference, hopefully we're going to create a collection of articles, peer-reviewed articles. And of course, we did it last year, and I'm very happy that I have an editor, Eva Eihmane, who will present open the question from the last year. Tad katru gadu mēs sastādām rakstu krājumu, kas ir ļoti svarīgi, tāpēc, ka jaunajiem kanceriem ir iespēja trenēties rakstīšanā, gan arī ikvienam vēstures entuziastam ir iespēja iepazīties ar jaunākiem pētījumiem, ko studenti nodarbojas. Es aicinu Eva Eihmane, kas ir ieguldījis fantastisku darbu dažādās jomās, bet jau sevišķi šajā rakstu krājumā ir izstāst kāds krājumi.
Jā, labdien, ļoti liels prieks šodien būt šeit kopā ar jums, jo, es domāju, diezgan daudz no jums zina, ka mēs esam šo valstīm patriotu zināmā mērā. Un man šķiet, ka tiešām Valmieras muzejs tā fantastiskā vieta, kur jau vien šī atmosfēra ir kaut kas tāds, kas iedod ļoti lielu gandarījumu. Un prieku, tas, ko jūs redzat, kā attēlā šeit noteikti pat pašpriekstīgi, Tas ir šī iepriekšējā gada krājums, kurš jāatrod Lithuanian pastā. Tomēr liela daļa no jums jau ir iepazinušies ar šo rakstu krājumu. Tas bija arī divreiz biedāks kā ierasti. Līdz ar to mums bija pietiekami daudz izaicinājumu. Ļoti daudz cilvēku iesaistījās. Tas nebūtu apstājumi, bet mēs nedēļām institūti, kolēģi un ļoti daudz vēršanu. Gandrīz 30 recenzentu arī atbalsta. Un es domāju, ka autori noteikti ļoti daudz ieguva šajā procesā, jo tā ziņā daudz ir fantastiski pieteikumu autoriem. Un līdz ar to es ceru, ka arī jūs izmantosiet šo iespēju un pieteiksiet iesniegsiet daudz rakstus, jo tā ir ļoti laba pieredze gan kā iemācīties rakstīt labāk, kā izskat labāk savas domas, gan arī kā iegūt savu pirmo daudzījumu, pat deksījumu, kas noteikti visādi domā. Okay, I won't give you the direct translation, but it is an honor to be here today together with you and to present this collection of articles. It was already open, it was possible to read it already during the summer, and I guess a lot of you have already seen it before. But if you haven't, you can come here and take a look. Also, see what type of articles were written last year. So last year it was the biggest collection of articles we have ever had. There were 19 articles and 20 authors handed in their article, and we were very pleasantly surprised by the activity of young researchers, and it was a great experience for everyone. Almost 30 reviewers reviewed the articles, and I think the collection of articles that you see today, it's very very good, and it was a great experience for everyone involved in making it. So I would like to give thanks to the public, both authors, reviewers, and of course wonderful colleagues from the museum here. So thank you very much.
So this is pasludinu konferences par atklātu. So the conference is open. Daži tehniskas lietas. Tātad latviešu, visi referāti latviešu valodā prezentēt šajā telpā, angļu valodā tajā telpā, stāvā. Un Zoomā varēs sekot līdz, ja pieslēgušies angļu sadaļai. Diemžēl latviešu sadaļai varēs sekot līdz, ja būs iepriekšies. Vēl tehnisks dabas jautājumi. Nav. Viņi jau ir klātsošie jau zina, kas jādara. Tad sāksim ar pirmo sekciju šeit un ar pirmo sekciju angļu valodā. So, for those who have joined us on Zoom, next session is going to be in English, and it's going to be in a separate room.
Labrīt. Okay, good morning. For those of you who have joined us on Zoom, so you've joined part 2 of the International Conference, Scholarly Readings of Young Historians. This is the 8th year already at Valmiera Museum. And so the first paper, we have 5 papers this morning, and the first paper is by Karolis Mimas on the development of Plinkaigalis Iron Age community. So go ahead, please. Thank you.
I would like to start by saying that it's a pleasure to participate in this conference, as it is my first time, and the morning was full of challenges. So, as the name of the slide says, my research topic is the development of the Plinkaigalis Iron Age community. It is a study about one particular community, how it developed, what happened, and what has changed during the centuries. In the previous studies of other researchers about this community, a lot of attention was paid to the great goods. Only separate aspects of the development were touched. This leads to the problem that we don't know much about the community that left the site. In fact, knowledge of any Iron Age community's development in Lithuania is quite scarce. There are studies about regional development, but concrete communities are usually left out. It is important to mention that there is a hill fort nearby this cemetery that belongs to the probably belongs to the same community, but it's not excavated. So my main objective of the study was to analyze the development of this community using the only source possible, the data of the Plinkaigalis cemetery. To begin with, I will introduce you all to the object of the study. Plinkaigalis Iron Age cemetery is located in central Lithuania. It was discovered accidentally in 1975. During gravel excavations, workers of the newly formed quarry noticed human bones and archaeological finds falling out. And they informed the authorities. The quarry was shut down, and a few years later, first expedition led by Jovita began the exploration, during which the first 20 graves were discovered. It sparked interest, as it was a heritage site in danger of destruction, so archaeological excavations were necessary. So Vytautas continued his colleague's work, which took about 6 years, and found another 356 graves. According to finds, it was determined that the cemetery was used from 3rd to the 7th century AD, and it is one of the most known cemeteries in Lithuania, Iron Age, and it's believed to be fully excavated. It is maybe the best known for its two clear examples of violence by outsiders. Two trilobate arrowheads were found in two graves. One stuck in the woman's femur, found in the grave 162. Another in the man's vertebrae, found in the grave 336. This actually sparked my interest for this cemetery and the migration period in general. So let's start with the research. Aims or research directions with which I chose would be cemetery chronology, familial burial clusters, social structure, and the displays of violence. After I made my aims, I needed to choose the methods that would help me achieve them. Now I will introduce you all to the main ones I used. Spatial analysis, I probably employed most of all. I used it in search of traits that stand out. Basically, by the help of the computer program ArcGIS, I filtered data which I needed and conveyed it on the plan of the cemetery. This way, I depicted the positioning of the certain finds or groups of people, like groups of gender, age, or like social stratum. You will see the examples of this method during the presentation. Another method I used was dating according to the grave goods. First step to analyze the community was determining the chronology of the cemetery, how it expanded. This was important because I needed some type of time frame to do the further steps. It is especially useful in creating a database and, for example, comparing the graves of different ages, their inventories. Basically, dating is basically important for every aim of the study I chose. So, good amount of graves were dated before by other researchers, but not all of them. I had to date some of them using examples you can see on the screen. So I have used typologies of brooches, necklaces, and bracelets. Also a good example to show the axes, two different types of them that are found in the cemetery, socketed axes and axes and shaft-hole axes, which are of the later period. Actually, just by looking at the plan on the screen, you can see that the cemetery started from the center and expanded to the sides. Graves marked blue are earlier than the graves marked yellow. Some of the graves were impossible to date, of course, because they contained no burial goods or few broadly dated goods, like pins and pendants made of amber or glass, simple knives, buckles, and so forth. Quantity and quality analysis of grave goods, this method was needed for identifying the social inequality in the community. Quantity analysis was done by counting the number of the grave goods in every grave, as well as types of goods. Number of grave goods indicate wealth and the status of the person in the community. Quality analysis allows us to indicate members that are higher in the hierarchy, items made of silver or gold, imported ones, horse riding equipment, and goods that generally stand out of context are attributed to the elite. Weapons such as spearheads or battle knives let us identify the warrior class. So now let's discuss the results of the study. Cemetery development have been separated into two main stages. From the beginning in the 3rd century to the first half of the 5th is stage 1. Approximately from the middle of the 5th to the 7th century can be identified as stage 2. This distinction was noted because of the change in the grave goods at the end of the burial, and change of the grave goods and the end of the burial in the center of the cemetery. Second stage can also be divided into at the second half of the 6th century, because community starts to bury horses and cremating the remains of the deceased member. So this time a change of the tradition occurred. I just chose not to show this in the separate plan because the number of graves is too low in this stage. The first stage I mentioned is actually only like here. As you can see, at stage 1, almost all 4th century graves are at the center of the cemetery. In the 5th century, burial zone starts to spread, and the cemetery zone starts to spread to east and west, where the new clusters of grave start forming. So basically talking about this, where they spread to here, and the new graves and there start to form the new zones. In the beginning of the research, familiar clusters, hypothetical. In the beginning of the research, I noticed that how grave density was uneven in different parts of the cemetery. In the second stage of development, the graves are a lot closer to each other. First, I tried to look at how the dead were buried according to age. There was no noticeable pattern, it all seemed random, except the burials of newborns and babies. they seem to surround some of the clusters and isolate them from each other. This is especially seen in the later second stage of the cemetery, here, here, and here. To better distinguish the zones of the familial graves, spatial analysis was done on male, female, and underage graves. Man category was chosen as one of the markers. As you can see on this slide, 8 separate possible familial mortuary areas are distinguished. Some of these areas overlap, so some of the borders are not that clear. These highlighted clusters consist of men, women, and children of various ages, as well as different social status. As these clusters are big, contain up to 30 or more graves, I linked them to burial places of the extended families. No separate zones reserved for only poor or old or elite members were made in the cemetery. So, but I was unable to confidently prove them, these clusters, as familial, so the word hypothetical must be used. In the first stage of the social structure, in the first stage of the development, 4 groups have appeared. That would be poor members, ordinary members, wealthy, and the elite. No, and the elite, only few members of the community belong to the elite at the first stage of the community. No clear evidence of warriors has been noted also in the first stage. In the later stages, another 2 groups in the male category appeared. That would be warrior and elite warriors. I named them elite warriors because those graves had a higher number of grave goods and also either had silver fines, drinking horns, important goods, or some parts of rider equipment, as well as shoulder belts. But we are not at the top of the hierarchy, because elite graves have much higher number of grave goods, and they can also be identified by silver necklaces, which seem to be the sign of the highest status in the community. As I did the violence analysis, I noticed that in most group burials, the burials of 3 or 4 graves of 3 or 4 people, where members whose remains show clear signs that they were killed. Most dominating group, the signs of violence on their remains were men of various ages. All of the groups contained members which were assigned to the warrior category. Same with the members of the elite. Non-violent injuries were experienced mostly by ordinary members of the settlement. And increase in all types of injuries begins with the second stage of the community. I have to note that I personally didn't research skeletal remains, but it was already done by anthropologists. So, after all the results were achieved and combined into one context, we got such conclusions. First stage or phase of the community was a home period. Graves show smaller amount of grave goods, almost no weapons like swords, battle, knives, or spearheads. Size of the community had to be smaller. There was evidence of violence in one of the group burial of members, but that didn't seem to affect the community, as changes only came at least 100 years later. The second phase of community is actually quite different. New types of grave goods appeared in the middle of the 5th century, such as axe heads, bracelets, and brooches, necklaces, and so forth. Items not used before have shown up. Horse riders' equipment and shoulder belts, drinking horns. The warrior groups have formed, as the number of the battle knives rose up in the graves. Rising injuries related to violence suggest that the settlement participated in the military conflicts, maybe raids, high increase in amount of grave goods, as well as silver appeared to show that the community was still prospering despite the unrest, because also population size increased and the elite class strengthened. All of this seemed to start to take place simultaneously. In the mid-5th century AD, a very similar change is seen in other cemeteries in Lithuania as well. For example, Marvelė. So some type of unrest must have been happening to the regional extent. That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And see, we have time for questions. So, questions to Karolis.
I like yes or no.
I have a question. You said that this cemetery is quite famous in Lithuania, and maybe for me as not an archaeologist, maybe you can put in a broader context your research. What is something new that you try to say about this famous place, famous archaeological place?
Well, what I tried to do was like take all the data and like get some context, some conclusions. Like there was kind of known like that how the cemetery may have like progressed, or how that the some attacks were made because of the strong arrowheads. But I wanted to take like my 4 aims and to see what time they happened, and it showed that it happens almost at the same time. So basically, I try to deepen the take the goods and to see what also they can say to me, because the cemetery is found a long time ago, but the development of the communities was never like discussed deeper.
Okay.
Well, I have a question about this spatial analysis that you identified these clusters. And maybe you can explain a bit about how you did this, because you start with the male graves, and then you use those to find the clusters. Maybe you can explain how it works.
So, firstly, I noticed them just by eyesight on the simple, just map on the map of the cemetery with nothing shown. I did the age analysis, which age displacement of the map, which showed nothing standing out. Then I did all of the genders. I showed the babies and newborns, but I also did underage up to 18 years of age analysis of the buried, and I also did the graves of the women, and all graves of the women were quite randomly placed. Like it doesn't show any like borders or something. It just all seem random. Underage graves up to 18 years old also didn't quite show anything. Just random, no pattern, just random displacement. Two graves of the newborns and the babies show some, like, it's quite easy to tell that it's not random, and the graves are like buried in all the newborns buried in a circle or something. But men graves show that they were more like how to say, concentrated. You can see the bunch of male graves here, and they show that they were kind of separated from each other, those clusters of male graves. So when I added it, looked at the simple plan of the cemetery to the male graves, it's kind of started to make sense that, because on the simple plan of nothing shown in the cemetery, you can see that there are zones of non-burial, especially the center of the cemetery is like excluded from the site. So that's just to identify like what size of them where they may be. I use the male graves. I don't know if that's something, if it made sense to explain as I explained it in English.
So you identify it basically by it's not computer generated clusters. It's your yeah, it's just eyeballing, as they say.
Kind of, that's mainly what spatial kind of analysis is, because you just take the database and you put it in ArcGIS and you select like show me male graves, and the male graves show. And
yes, yeah, it's a complicated program. But another question following on from this. So these are flat graves, aren't they?
And flat, like
they're not mounds.
No.
So
flat graves.
So I guess, do you think they had to have some kind of grave markers?
Yes, there was a discussions reason that they might be mound graves, but there was agricultural fields and they were growing crops for a long time in that area. So if they were mounds, all of them are gone. So they were trying to find, because there are some stone placement in some areas, but you can see that they have been damaged. So it's an unknown stuff. If they were mounds.
But when you say that they are clustered, is that what you say that is reason to believe that they had some kind of above ground markers, because otherwise they would not be able to identify their own burial places.
Yeah. That's actually a very interesting question. I think they had to mark the grave somehow.
I don't know if you have something like that on other cemeteries from this time, which are maybe not so damaged by agriculture. But
the markers that are remain, well, the mounds that are on top of the graves, and for example, in the forest that remain where are seen, but I don't know if somebody did an analysis, like if those mounds come up to something or something like that. In the mentioned Marvalet cemetery, there are zones, for example, of only horses buried and stuff like that. So it shows that in some communities they probably had decided to assign some horses to one place and people to one place. So I don't know if I answered.
Yes, thank you. Any other questions? If not, then thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Our next paper is by Onutė Gaidamavičiūtė on the symbolics of the birds in the wooden artifacts from the Lithuanian National Museum.
The object of my research are furniture exhibits containing or bearing the symbols of the birds in the National Museum of Lithuania. So I will analyze mainly polychromate furniture artifacts, namely dowry chests, wardrobes, towel holders. Here you can see a few examples of the birds which are by which are ornamented dowry chests, and then nearest like a towel holder. So as I mentioned it before, so the aim or purpose of the research is to investigate the symbols of the birds on wooden furniture artifacts stored at the National Museum of Lithuania. And so I'm repeating myself a bit. Chests, wardrobes, towel holders, which are decorated using polychromic painting. So as we know, polychrome painting is the practice of decorating various surfaces in a variety of different colors. But the main focus and of my presentation will be collection of dowry chests. I prepared lots of examples of these chests, which have motif of the bird, symbol of the bird as well. Oh, sorry, what happened? Okay. It's like a small, how to tell, small remark. In general, Lithuanian culture, Lithuanian ethnic culture can be called like tree culture, because since early ages, Lithuanians were using wood everywhere to build homes, to make to make household items, furniture, work tools. They all were wooden. The primary function of earliest traditional Lithuanian furniture artifacts, which were made in the period from the beginning of 18th century until beginning of middle of 19th century, was more functional and practical, and it was used to facilitate daily life and household chores of rural people. Little bit later, at the end of 19th century and in early 20th century, the functional purpose or meaning of furniture was supplemented by the ornamental decorative connotations. Wooden furniture was made using various techniques: carving, engraving, painting, and when these ornamental elements appeared, the motif of the bird was frequently used, cultivated. So this time I will focus on polychromated furniture exhibits. Yes, so traditional folk furniture is kept, which is kept in the Department of Ethnic Culture and Anthropology of the National Museum of Lithuania, is the largest set of furniture in Lithuanian museums. The largest part of the furniture which entered the museum was in the 20th century
pieces of furniture were received mainly through ethnographic expeditions, which were organized since 1948. Yes, so we'll repeat the same. Until the 18th century, the peasant household was made from natural wood, scooped out from the tree, were kreičkubiliai or dowry tubes, kreičloviai or dowries, cupboards, wardrobes. They were made by the local people, peasants themselves. And furniture was made using axe, chisel, and other tools. So as the economical conditions of life changed mainly in the 19th century, second part of 19th century, the work tools also improved. The main material for the furniture were sawn boards. People were using such trees as ashes, spruces, and sometimes oaks. So flat surface of the furniture was most suitable for the decoration. For painting, Lithuanians really did not like it to leave empty places on the furniture, and so they decorated them, they painted them. I would like also mention that the economical conditions in Lithuania improved after it was abolition of serfdom in 1863. So since then, Lithuanian peasants started to build bigger houses, started make more rooms to decorate furniture. Cupboards, hanging cupboards, also dowry chests were painted in blue, green, cherry, or brown colors. Colors for painting furniture were produced by the painters themselves from the plant leaves, flowers, bark, soot, oil, and only later, only later, beginning since the end of 19th century, people started buy artificial colors. So since then, you can see even like more the colors which are more contrastic and more bright, and yeah. So these are earliest pieces of furniture. This is wardrobe. This is really simple one. I guess it's from the end of 18th century, because here you can see no any decorations, just flat surfaces. And here is a dowry. I saw in your museum here that dowries are called like dowry chests, but yeah, this is like prototype of dowry chest. It was used for holding various things, mainly women clothes. Yes, it's a prototype of dowry chests, which were decorated and painted a lot. And here, dowry tube, it was also used to hold various things. And here you can see wardrobe. I guess it's from 19th century or middle of 19th century. And here already you can see that the surfaces are painted and also decorated by the birds, by plants. It's hard to distinguish what kind of birds are here. Here you can see maybe it's hard to notice, but you can see, I guess here some maybe cocks on this surface of wardrobe, and yeah. So here another very ornamental one wardrobe. You can see the it is ornamented by plants and by birds as well. And yeah, so now I would like to present some of the dowry chests or chests of drawers. Actually, those, I mean, it is possible use few words describing these doors. So this ones are from this chest is from northern part of Lithuania, from ethnographic regions called Aukštaitija, and there, yeah, they were using little bit darker or more contrastive colors. Here you can see the stork, and there maybe the hen of another side. And the most exciting thing that I wanted to tell at the end, but maybe I will tell now, that in the collection of Valmieras museum just saw really very similar dowry chests like this. The composition was really similar. I don't know. I guess it's
here,
yeah. So really, it was exciting to see the same the same composition, the same motifs, that there are like storks and hens as well. It is just it would be interesting to know from which Latvian region is that dowry chest. So it's another example from Aukštaitija. Another one. This is very ornamental one. This dowry chest from Aukštaitija. You can see some birds sitting on the plant, but really it is very artistic. Made very artistically, this dowry chest. Now what I would like to tell a few words about dowry chests from another region of Lithuania. It is from western part. It's called Žemaitija or Samodžityje. Samodžityje chests depict birds in rather stylized way, and it is hard to identify the species of the birds. But the most interesting thing that the birds are like a part of plant ornament in this dowry chest, and they are even depicted in the same colors as the plants. Here you can see some plants with huge leaves, and above you can see two green birds, which are like really part of this floral composition and ornament. Would like to tell a few words about towel holders. Lithuanian National Museum there are stored 190 towel holders, and it is a device for hanging a towel. It was a decoration of the living room. And however, the large part of the towel holders have figures of the birds, which were either carved from wood or just painted. Here you can see very ornamented and really artistical towel holders from the southern Lithuania, this Dzūkija region. But here you can see the same compositional pattern. These birds are in the upper side of the towel holder, and in front of on both sides of this birds you can see the carved plants. So it is like also like a prototype of tree of life. This bird is not polychromic, but it is made, I guess, in the beginning of 20th century. All figure of the bird is carved from the wood, and really it also looks artistically. It's another like way to carve birds on towel holders, and yes, they are not polychromic. So from the end of 19th century, beginning of 20th century, the decoration of wooden furniture developed, and ornamentation became more complex. So the birds became some important part of floristic composition mainly of like the part of tree of life. As for dowry chests, the image of birds was not so common. I did not mention that in Lithuanian National Museum stored about 140 of dowry chests. So from them only 27 have the motive or symbol of the bird, so it's like 35% of all amount. And speaking about towel of holders, also from 190 towel of holders, there are only about 20 items with the symbol of the bird. And maybe should tell a few words about the symbolics of these birds. The most usual symbols of dowry chests, speaking about the birds, were white storks or domestic birds as hens and cocks. But white storks as well as hen were representing the wealth and well-being of the owner of dowry chest. The owners of our chest were the brides who are starting new life. I did not tell that. I guess it's the same in Latvia. According to the size of dowry chests, people were speaking about social status of bride. The bigger dowry chest was, that means the richer woman was. So thank you. No, maybe did not tell everything. Maybe some questions.
Okay, thank you, Rūta. I guess we have time for just a couple of quick questions.
Thank you for choosing such interesting topic. We have a question about painters.
Yeah.
Who were they? When we're talking Latvian issues in this context, we're talking about this craftsmen of Jewish origin.
Oh.
How it happened in Lithuania. So because this motifs repeated from chest to chest and house to house, so we can see this link between.
Yeah, it's this interesting topic, but as far as I know, the first decorators of dowry chests were just simple local people using simple colors, mostly of which they could find in nature. But later, since the end of the 19th century, 20th century, for this work, for painting dowry chests, were even hiring people, craftsmen. But it is interesting thing you mentioned Jewish people. I'm not sure about Lithuania. Maybe some of these painters were Jewish. But yes, it is the truth that that later, I mean, since the 20th century, people were hiring painters as crafts.
Okay, any other quick question? If not, then thank you, Onutė.
Thank you.
Es gribēju, lai jūs atgādināt arī domā tiem, kuri ir, ka var uzdot jautājumus rakstīt, un mēs diskusijas beigās varam nolasīt tikai kopā.
Okay, I've been asked to explain that also the people who are following us on Zoom, you can ask questions on the chat in Latvian or in English. Latviski vai angliski var uzdot jautājumus, and we try to answer them at the end in the discussion. So the next paper is by Beāte Orlova on strange animals as portents of political turmoil. The cases of the Livonian Chronicles of Balthasar Russow and Dionysius Fabricius.
Yes. Right, thank you for the introduction. So my topic is devoted to religious ideas in the Chronicles of Balthasar Russow and Dionysius Fabricius. Is it okay now? Great, thank you. So miracles and divine portents are an integral part of medieval and early modern religious thought and also literary culture. Miracle books, sermons, chronicles, and other texts all contain stories of comets, storms, and other unusual events, all believed to be expressions of God's displeasure or warnings of danger in the future. One of the better known examples is the so-called Augsburg Book of Miracles, thought to be produced in Augsburg, Germany in the 16th century. It contains over 100 descriptions and illustrations of miracles and portents ranging from stories of the Bible to descriptions of historical and contemporary events in Europe. So I have chosen a few illustrations of portents that feature animals. Unfortunately, the Livonian Chronicles have no illustrations of their own, which would be very interesting material. So we can at least visualize from other parts of Europe. However, when it comes to texts, the region of Livonia is no exception in this matter of the expressed interest in miracles and portents, and the texts written here are rich with descriptions of miraculous events and divine portents. In this presentation, it is my aim to analyze two examples from the source material, so the Chronicles of Balthasar Russow and Dionysius Fabricius, both written during or shortly after the Livonian War, which is a military conflict that took place in the second part of the 16th century. So these chronicles are not just compilations of historical events, but also deeply religious texts, both interpreting the events of the war as God's punishment for the sins of Livonia and its people. In both chronicles, signs and portents are shown to be one of the main ways in which God communicates and expresses his anger. In particular, in this presentation, I will be focusing on a certain group of divine portents described in these texts, which are the sightings of unusual or strange animals in Livonia during the period of the Livonian War. The approach to analyzing these chronicles is based on the observations of medieval historian Sarah Foote, who states that while annals and chronicles might sometimes seem like random assortments of historical facts and events, in fact, each detail and story provided by the chroniclers is deliberately chosen to craft a specific narrative. This includes reports of wondrous and supernatural events, recorded by medieval and early modern chroniclers and often dismissed by 19th and 20th century historians as frivolous stories intended by the churchmen to just terrify or to captivate an audience, in such a way drawing away attention from what they believe to be real history, when in fact these portents and miracles are just as an important part of the text and overall narrative as the descriptions of political and other events. So the same idea expressed by Sarah Foote will be applied to the analysis of the Livonian Chronicles of Balthasar Russow and Dionysius Fabricius. The seemingly miraculous events, in this case the appearance of strange animals, will be analyzed as integral parts of the narrative, consciously inserted by the chroniclers in a specific relation to other events, in order to convey a deeper significance. The first example is a description provided by Balthasar Russow, where he tells the story of the siege of Wesenberg, or modern-day Rakvere, Estonia, in the year 1574, mentioning that 14 days before the lifting of the siege of the town, a strange and wondrous ghost in the shape of a wolf appeared in the camp outside the town walls. What is important here, and in other examples that we will look at today, is the emphasis placed by the chroniclers on animals acting in a way that is unnatural for them. While most animals would be wary of human presence and especially avoid large crowds and loud noises, these wolves depicted by Russow are not intimidated by humans and instead act in a manner that terrifies the people gathered in the camp. This implies an unnatural or supernatural quality to the wolves. And as is quite customary for him, Russow does use terms that clearly describe the apparition as something supernatural. So here he's using the word ghost. However, he does not provide any explicit explanation of what he believes this apparition to signify. Another case of strange animal appearances in Russow's chronicle is the story of an event that took place in 1575 during the arrival of representatives of Denmark and the Estonian town of Revel to the Estonian town of Padis for negotiation. During their talks, a large flock of seabirds, the likes of which, as Russow makes sure to point out, had never before been seen in Livonia, appeared. Russow paints quite an ominous scene of the birds settling down on the roofs of the houses and refusing to leave, even after the townspeople attempt to scare them away by shooting at them. In describing the strange birds, Russow uses the Latin term monstrum, which in medieval and early modern culture could have two meanings. Either something that is physically misshapen or physically monstrous, or from the Latin word monstrare, which would mean to show, demonstrate, to signify. It could be guessed that Russow's usage of the term monstrum here was intended both to describe the birds as something physically and visually monstrous and terrifying. He focuses on the outward appearance of the birds, their strange webbed feet, and the large size of the flock of the birds. And also the second meaning of a sign, monstrare, or an omen for the future. This interpretation of the strange birds functioning as an omen of future events is further supported by the fact that Russow clearly connects the strange appearances of the birds with the aforementioned diplomatic activities taking place during the Livonian War, by contextually placing description of the birds in the very same paragraph as the political events. And this is the same thing he does with the description of the ghostly wolves in the previous example. And in the original language, Russow uses the term brangaze to describe these birds, which according to the internet is known in English as barnacle geese. And as you can see, these are birds that are mostly dark in their color, unlike regular geese, which are completely white. And comparing these birds with the image from the Augsburg Miracle Book, we can imagine how Russow's contemporaries could have perceived the scene he describes. And the possibility of the author intending to connect these strange animal appearances to the interpretation of political events is further supported by information provided by Russow's near contemporary, the chronicler Dionysius Fabricius, which we will have a look at now. So Fabricius provides a far more obvious explanations of the unusual animal sightings in Livonia, which he records. In one case, the chronicler gives an account of the siege of Dorpat, or modern-day Tartu, which was one of the first Livonian towns to fall to the forces of Ivan IV. In the very same paragraph, using the description omen mirabile, or miraculous omen, he tells of a strange event that took place before the attack on Dorpat. Large amounts of a certain species of fish, common to the regions of Moscow, suddenly appearing around the Livonian town of Dorpat. And again, instead of swimming in the rivers and streams, as would be normal, these fish were also found in habits unusual for them and scattered along roads. The author is quite heavy-handed in pointing out that the species of fish is very common to the region of Muscovy, so much so that the fish are even commonly called Muscovites. Fabricius nods at a deeper significance of this event, stating at the end of the paragraph that readers must think for themselves in order to discover what this means. However, it is quite clear that the chronicler is alluding to the appearance of the fish as an omen of the soon following siege of Dorpat by the forces of Ivan IV. The next animal portents Fabricius mentions are connected to the middle towards the end period of the Livonian War, when several other powers around the Baltic Sea have joined the fighting. The chronicler tells of the Polish king Stefan Batory arming himself and taking the Russian city of Polok in 1579. In the same paragraph, Fabricius describes not one, but two unusual events of the animal world that were witnessed in the same year of this attack, that either directly mirror or foreshadow the political events. The first story is of a raven and a stork fighting over a nest that the raven had been making for years in the tower of the Riga castle. In this case, Fabricius provides us with a clear interpretation of this symbolic event. Here he makes sure to point out that this is not just his own opinion, but a belief held by the oldest and wisest men in Livonian society. The raven, which has been making its home in Livonia for years, is thought to represent the Germans, and the previously unseen and unfamiliar bird, the stork. Again, the chronicler puts great emphasis on this being a rare and uncommon animal for the region, represents the new power coming into play in the war, Poland. The reference to figures of authority, the old and wise men, show that belief in such portents could have been wider spread in Livonian society. And now to consider the second strange animal appearance described here, Fabricius mentions that a whale was beached on land during the same year. If this were to be a simple, curious story intended to draw the attention of the reader, the author could have placed this description anywhere in the text. However, the description of a whale being beached on the shores of Livonia is purposely placed in the very same paragraph as the story of the raven and the stork, which, as we have already seen, is connected to the events of Stefan Batory's attack on Polok. Fabricius himself describes the appearance of the whale as no less important than the story of the raven and the stork, and while he mentions it only in a single sentence, this event too seemingly carried a deep significance both to the author and possibly to the contemporary readers of the chronicle. While the physical fight between the raven and the stork symbolically mirrors the fighting of different political powers, the whale seems to be a more vague omen of forthcoming danger and possible misfortune. As it is pointed out by several scholars, it was common for whales and other such sea creatures to be connected with evil in medieval European culture. Medieval bestiaries tended to compare the figure of the whale with that of the devil. The appearance of such a large, seemingly monstrous creature on land, a rare and extraordinary event by itself, could only mean misfortune or God's displeasure. The fact that the whale depicted by Fabricius is incapable of returning to the water and ends up having to be killed by the local people does not paint a very positive picture either. The misfortune suffered by the animal could only foreshadow suffering for Livonia as well. This adds to the general atmosphere of horror and uncertainty that permeates the time of the Livonian War. In this case, Fabricius could have been trying to show that the whale was a precursor to the later following political upheavals. And for conclusions, in the Livonian Chronicles of Balthasar, Russow, and Dionysius Fabricius, the descriptions of strange animal appearances, making up a large part of the omens described by both chroniclers, provide an interpretation of the political events in accordance with the author's religious beliefs and worldview, the belief that God is punishing Livonians for their sins and uses mysterious signs and portents to communicate. Even in the cases when the authors do not provide explicit interpretations of the portents, they are obviously contextually connected to events of the Livonian War, to sieges, negotiations, and others. and fit into the overall message of the chroniclers in interpreting the Livonian War as God's punishment. In every example, the chroniclers especially point out how unusual these animals are in Livonia, either very rarely or never before seen in Livonia, thus giving them a supernatural quality, inferring that God has sent them as signs. While descriptions of strange animals function as commentary on the tumultuous contemporary political events in both chronicles, there seems to be a difference between how Balthasar, Russow, and Dionysius Fabricius depict these animal sightings. For Fabricius, the strange events in the animal world seem to be a direct mirror-like reflection of the political situation in Livonia. Russow, on the other hand, never gives a very explicit interpretation for the animals he describes. However, by the placement of these descriptions in the narrative, it is possible to infer that he intended to depict, and his 16th century audience most likely understood these as divine portents or warning of the upcoming events of the war and the overall dire situation for Livonia. These and other examples of belief in divine portents, numerous in chronicles and other texts produced during the period of the Livonian War, reveal to us the anxieties of a society during war. Religious belief was still an integral part of this worldview through which Livonians attempted to understand and interpret their surroundings. Thank you.
Wonder if we have questions to Beāte, please.
I don't have one. So, thank you for the presentation. I have a question about where the chronicles might have gotten their inspiration from in telling these stories of little elements through animals. You mentioned some sources like from Germany, also. Have you been able to determine, like specifically, that now this description of an ill omen probably is Russow or Fabricius as taken from this source? Or how much could it be their own imagination and literary freedom?
All right, thank you for the question. And I have to say that this is a question I still have myself. What I noticed and what I find interesting is that they hardly ever mention the same miracles or the same portents. So they never repeat. So they must have had different sources. However, it is often said that the Chronicle of Fabricius relies heavily upon Russow as a source, but he mentions completely different miracles and portents when it comes to this. So it's definitely something to think of for further research. They must have relied upon some local legends, oral history, possibly.
Mm-hmm. And can I ask a follow-up question? I'm sure you're aware, or you know that just recently a new translation of Russow came out in Estonian, which has the first print and the second print have sold out, and now they are thinking of even coming up with a third print, so massively popular among the Estonian readers. What would be your take? And also being translated to so many different languages, even into Italian, Russow's Chronicle. So what would be your take? What is the key to Russow's success? Why is he still so popular and widely read?
It's a great question. I actually purchased the Estonian translation myself. I can't read it, but I had to have it as well. I don't know. I was actually surprised that I think for many years this chronicle was kind of forgotten. There weren't that many articles about it, not that many lectures, but I think in recent years it has really started up again, that people are again talking about this. And I was also happy to hear how popular it is still in Estonia. I don't know. There is something special about him. But I'm happy that he's being talked about more again, and we still have a lot of work to do on this chronicle.
Maybe there's some more questions. Well, I have a short question. What about so they're using animals. So these animals are familiar to the reader, or some of them are, and but there are strange things going on in the among the animals in the animal world. So there is this an important part of it, that on the one hand we have this familiarity with the way that the animals should be, with what animals we have normally, how they should be behaving, and then you have something that everybody is familiar with the way that it should be, but then things are happening differently. Is that a kind of rhetorical device that you are talking to people about things that you already know, that you're trying to help them understand the events, that the chroniclers are trying to help them understand the events by talking to them in a way that they will understand about the normal situation and then the situation becoming abnormal? Well, how can you comment that?
Right, so the emphasis on these animals acting strangely or unnaturally is the key point that shows that there is something supernatural going on here. So the idea that is held by these chronicles, and that is very common in medieval and early modern society, is that God is still very much working through nature and expressing his anger or disappointment with humankind through nature. And when something is irregular in nature, this is, in their belief, showing that God is trying to speak to them and maybe trying to bring them back to him, to their faith. So this is down to the idea that the Livonian War is God's punishment for the sins of the Livonian people. And these signs, not only the animals, but the chronicles also speak of comets coming down out of the sky and things like that. All of these irregularities in nature point to God trying to communicate to the people and saying, well, maybe you are doing something wrong. Maybe you should return to your faith, and then this will stop.
Thank you. Thank you, Beāte. Thank you. So next we have a paper by Rūta Bruževica on digital analysis of Artisans' Statutes, an introduction of digital methods in medieval Livonian history research.
So, good morning, greetings from Tallinn University. I am a PhD student and a junior research fellow there. And today I will be trying to put these two things together, medieval history and digital methods and our history research. And all that while I am here presenting from a handwritten essay. So, when we are thinking of the basics of researching medieval history, I think it does not work.
We are trying to
Okay.
understand.
It works now. Yes, so when we think about the basics of researching medieval history and history altogether, because I believe you are here not only medieval historians, but also of other times. We mainly think of sources that are in archives, sources that are manuscripts, medieval sources that we can touch and read in the archive, pictures of them, also editions that are published since many decades ago until very recent ones, and also, for example, archaeological material that we can also use to discover medieval history. But what does the digital component in medieval history research mean? This is how a medieval historian's workday might look like. But the digital component, we might think that it might look like this. And this is probably how almost everyone's laptop here looks. We have PowerPoint, Word, Adobe Reader, And those are the digital methods we use every day, even though we are normal historians. But the desktop of a digital historian would actually look more like this, with many other different programs that maybe you haven't even heard of yet. There, besides sending PDFs and making PowerPoint presentations, these are programs that help in coding, transcribing, storing data, making visualizations, and doing analysis on sources, whether they are written sources or archaeological ones, and to do them in other ways than manually. And with the help of these tools, various projects in medieval history have been carried out in recent years. For example, this is an example from a project, Hellscaping Medieval Bologna, where geospatial information system technology was used to map not only facts that were stated in the written sources of medieval Bologna, but also archaeological evidence. So it was possible to create a comprehensive social topography of medieval city that can be looked at in various centuries, in various topics, and also the source material. Then, for example, a project by the Institute for Hanse and Baltic Region History Research was Hansequellen lesen, where they were transcribing Hanseatic days theory, diets, recesse, and not only the researchers were doing that, but also the citizens of the city, of Germany, of the whole Europe who were interested in history helped to online transcribe these sources and helped to compiling research. Also, a lot of different network analysis can be created when data is stored in databases that is not just Excel, because with databases like NodeCode that, for example, the map is made with, it's possible to do a lot more things than a simple table of information, and to create strings either there between the people and see what connections people and families, either whether they're nobility or citizens have, and also to see geographical visualizations. And one of the projects in progress right now is our project in Tallinn University, Digital Livonian, that I am a junior research fellow in. And until 2025, we will create an accessible web portal of of Livonian medieval history. And we will fill it with digital editions, either there are new editions that we are working on, or editions from the 19th century that we will put metadata in and make them searchable and readable more easily, as well as digitized sources. Our colleagues are also compiling databases on different topics and sources of medieval Livonia, from archaeological finds to city topography to really transcribing the sources. And the contribution to this project will also be my PhD thesis on sociability of artisans in medieval Livonian towns, and the work that will be done prior to this research, that is a digital edition, compiling all existing original or copied or already edited versions of artisan statutes, as well as data about organizations, cities, dates, persons, and what practices are mentioned in the medieval statutes. So to achieve these goals, as well as to prove the digital in Livonian. We'll experiment with various digital methods for research, from which the most important right now, at least, is Transcribus. Maybe you have heard of it, but it's a software that allows to speed up and structurize transcription of any handwritten sources. So either they're medieval or from the 20th or even 21st century. And in this case, it helps, it means digitization of the statutes, editing them, uploading them, working on transcriptions, and afterwards also a possibility to extract these files in various formats. So either it would be a web page with a digital edition or just a searchable PDF. While from you see this, but when you copy the text that you can see, you can actually extract modern Latin printed letters, which would be very sustainable for future research. And the software is useful for, first of all, a lot of actions that had no joint platform before. So it's a good place where to store all the digitized sources on, and there are held not on the computer, but on servers in the internet, although the user is the only person who can access them if they don't want to be otherwise. So for example, here are some of my sources that I have already put into this platform. And then the next very good thing is an automatical text polygons and lines. So there's not the problem anymore of having two Word files next to each other and trying to understand which line is the one I am transcribing in, because when the transcription section is enabled, we see each line that is already detected by the artificial intelligence, and we can just transcribe it if we don't have a model yet. So even if we don't use the artificial intelligence for the text recognition itself, we can use it as a good platform where to do the transcriptions. But if we want to speed up the transcriptions, and if there is a lot of material, as in this case, we'll probably have some 300 of pages from different handwritings. And it's not possible to learn all the handwritings myself, so I took up the challenge to teach the handwritings to the platform, to the internet app. Yes, so either it's possible to transcribe it yourself or use a model. The model can be either used one of the public models that are already available on the platform, or create your model yourself. So teach the platform what handwriting it is, what these characters mean. And we had a problem with some of the colleagues from Germany. We had a lot of texts in medieval German from 15th, 16th century. And we decided, after a summer school last summer in Lübeck, we decided to make a team and put all of our sources together and try to teach the platform 15th, 16th century medieval German. And it went unbelievably well. We have the first model available on the platform. It's public. Anyone who wants can try to use it. If you have any 16th century sources, even just a picture of it, you can upload it and check whether it reads something. You might be able to understand with a quick read through more than a quick read through a source itself. I also tried this model out on my sources, and I compared it to my own model that I made only from sources from Tallinn and Riga, together about 20 statutes. And these are the results from my private model. So it has a lot of mistakes. I was actually surprised how full of mistakes it was, and it wasn't that useful. And this is a source that I hadn't used previously in this model. And then I tried out our new public model. And you can see that the mistakes, they're just maximum 2, 3 in each line, and there are also small spelling mistakes. So this model is really useful for me right now, and it really speeds up the transcription progress and will result in a good addition, and it only needs a check. And with every version, this model should get better. And what else is possible in Transkribus? It's possible to already encode metadata. For example, if we are reading the source and we see a date, but a date is written in a medieval format, so it is, for example, the 3rd day after Christmas on this and this year. We have no idea what the date might be. Okay, Christmas we know, but other religious festivals that take place on Sunday, there needs to be a lot of calculation done, and so that you don't just need to write it down on paper, you can already encode a date and describe that the date, Esten Tage des Montes Aprilis, is the 1st April of 1531. Of course, this is a simple example, but other are a lot more complicated. And it's also possible to encode numbers, abbreviations, places, persons, organizations, and other data that might be useful afterwards when already analyzing the sources. And afterwards, when the work is done with Transkribus, there are other platforms and methods that help in making this digital edition. For example, with an XML editor, that there's possible to code even more options. And for this coding in medieval and historical sources, text encoding initiative is kind of a part of a programming language that is suggested to use. And it is created exactly for humanities, social sciences, and linguistics. So if you are working with humanitarian sources, this also might be interesting for you, at least for the future. And another interesting and important to be platform will be NodeGod that I already mentioned. So it is also a web-based research environment that is especially created for the humanities, and they're evolving their platform all the time in connection with the humanities researchers and historians. And it's possible to build your own database. So you don't need a lot of experience in coding, but it's quite understandable for a non-digital humanist. And there it's possible to also ingest Transkribus data, to tie it together and to turn data into great visualizations and only to store it. So for example, I am storing data about the statutes that I have. For example, this is a glass that I can define what's the craft, what's the place where the original is stays, have I transcribed it, at what time it was accepted. And then, for example, this is a very brief beginning of the database, but so, okay, it's not. This chart is, for example, when the statutes were in place. So we can see in this quite early chart that the statutes become even more and more with each century. And then we can, for example, here analyze what crafts are located in Riga, which ones in Tallinn, which ones are only in Riga or only in Tallinn. And also, if I would like to do it, not only analysis of the written statutes, but also of archaeological evidence, then I could map these archaeological evidence in the walls of medieval Tallinn or medieval Riga. So exact precise geolocation. Yes, this is an example, not from my sources, but how Transkribus ingested in NodeGod looks. So we can see the source original, we can see the done transcription that has been ingested from Transcribus. And now also in NodeGod, it's possible to put metadata in this transcription to create afterwards these visualizations from the data that is in the transcription. So I also, if you have interest, would very much suggest their workshops. They have workshops almost every month and mostly are free. So if you have a chance, use it. Yes. So what are the benefits, in my opinion, from research with digital tools? It's easier to work with the sources. You don't have to keep 50 folders on your desktop anymore. Sometimes everything can be just hosted in one platform or two. It's possible to search through sources. So even if you have to use your sources only for yourself, it will always be easier to type in Control and F and find the place that you need to analyze. It's possible to extract databases and make databases and also do quantitative analysis. So, for example, to ask the platform in what year the artisans had the most payments to do that, or something like that, and it will give an answer if you ask it the right way. And of course, it is a lot more sustainable than just going to the archive yourself and keeping all the information to yourself. Because if we talk about sustainability and future research, it will be a lot easier for all of the future researchers and also for yourself to have these digitized editions and databases, and also sustainable for the sources themselves, because every time you go to the archive, they are taken out of their good environment where they're preserved, and each touch of the medieval page causes some damage. So thank you for listening, and I hope maybe you have some questions or suggestions on this research. Thank you.
Thank you, Rūta. Question, please.
Thank you. So yes, to me it seems like a historian's wonderland, a promised land, where I could just put Control F and browse through all of my sources and find what I need. But I noticed that, of course, most of the sources that you can use in this way and transcribe with, I think they have to be pretty clean sources, right?
Actually, no, because I have some examples when the sources are so damaged and the picture is good, but the source itself is damaged. For example, there has been some red spot, and you can almost not read anything. And in some of these examples, I couldn't read it with my own eyes, but when I put it into Transcribus, it actually read what was behind the damage. So I was also really surprised by that. And if you teach the model well, it really sometimes sees the color change better than a human's eye.
But I'm guessing the main problem might be the fact that in the medieval period, every scribe not only had their own handwriting, but only had their own shapes for letters. This probably makes it quite complicated for the program.
I guess in my private model, yes, because each source is different. But when it learns so much as in the public model, that we compiled really sources from northern Germany, from Vienna, from Tallinn, it sees so many different handwritings that it catches not the handwriting but the style of medieval Europe, how mainly everyone was writing. So it proves to somehow overcome this.
This is still machine learning.
Yeah.
But what would you say? How far are we from AI that doesn't only do machine learning but also understands context?
This is a good question. I have some colleagues from the same working group who it's widely used in linguistics, for example. You do the text analysis, you put in your text, and based on what words and how often they are used and in what context, it sometimes gives you something. But it's not used in history that much, at least not in medieval history. I know there are some examples of 20th century history when they're, for example, analyzing Hitler's speeches or something like that. But it is a topic that some people want to start to discover. And maybe in some years I could give an update.
This could potentially yield like very, very good results. I can imagine.
Okay, thank you, Rūta. And our last paper this morning is by Jovita Kadikinaitė on bioarchaeological research of the Home Army soldiers from Albishki and Bruževica battles.
So my presentation will be about the anti-Soviet movement in Lithuania, and specifically it's about two battles that occurred at the start of the Second Soviet occupation in 1944 and 1945. The aim of the research was to determine the cause and manner of death of partisans found on two battlefields, Bruževica and Graubiškės. In this presentation, due to time restrictions, I will talk more about perimorpho traumas and their possible causes. Other results of analysis will not be uncovered. However, there is an article currently in press, so more details will be able there. Shortly about historical context. So in this period, especially at the end of World War II, there were multiple armed forces located in Lithuania. There were retreating Nazis, Soviets who were reoccupying the land again, and at the same time there were Lithuanian civils who were beginning a partisan war against the occupants. However, in Vilnius County, the situation of partisans was a bit different because it was not only Lithuanian civils, but also Polish partisans, Armia Krājuma soldiers who had already been fighting in a partisan manner since the Nazi occupation. And they, of course, continued fighting against the new occupant. The chaos of this period is well represented in the Bruževica battle context. This battle happened during the Operation Austro-Brahma, which was AK's operation against Nazi Germany. However, by accident, a fight between AK and our Red Army started. So both Polish partisans and Soviets believed that they're fighting against the Nazis' armed forces. And since the battle happened in a late evening, it was even more difficult to recognize who were they fighting with. And this is just one of the multiple chaotic such scenarios that happened during this period in Vilnius County. And usually when talking about partisan war in Lithuania, it is mainly focused on Lithuanian partisans, obviously, but there's not enough research covering Polish underground movements in Lithuania done, and especially during the Second Soviet occupation. So considering the situation in Vilnius County, we don't really have a full picture of armed resistance against the Soviets in this area because presence of Armia Krājuma is mostly ignored in a lot of studies. And of course, there lies importance of researches such as this one and archaeological and bioarchaeological research in general, because lack of information is not only based on ignorance, but also because of lack of historical evidence, because documenting events in partisan resistance was started not immediately after the war started, but much later in the war. So basically what archaeologists and bioarchaeologists do is we uncover events that might be easily forgotten, but they are also important to understand the whole context. Well, as I mentioned, two battlefields were uncovered. In this slide, you can see pictures of two mass graves during the excavation. The excavations were carried out by the Polish Institute of National Remembrance and Lithuanian archaeologists Eva Eihmane and Pavel Vutkin. Skeletal remains were transferred to the Faculty of Medicine after excavations, where me and my colleagues, anthropologists, we studied them, and biological sex, age at death, heights were estimated, and perimortal traumas, as well as traumas before death with other pathological conditions were discovered. So 4 types of perimortem traumas were uncovered. I will talk more about gunshots later in presentation, but for now, I would like to focus on perimortal fractures of the skull, ribs, and limbs. These can be interpreted in at least 3 ways: as an unreconstructed gunshot wound, as the result of multiple blunt force traumas, or as an explosion. The simplest way would be, of course, to name them as the unreconstructed gunshot wound. However, there are cases where all the fragments of bone are found, but still bullet entry or exit wounds are not visible. So these cases require other interpretations. For example, perimortal fragmentation of the skull can be a result of multiple blunt force injuries caused by beating a person up until death, and that is a very possible scenario in these cases. This scenario has been documented in other places. For instance, during the genocide carried out by Soviet soldiers who defended the Khmer Rouge regime in Cambodia in 1975, as well as in Srebrenica in 1995 during the massacre. It is also important to discuss the possibilities of the use of explosive weapons at the deaths and the deaths caused by them in the cases of these individuals. Deaths caused by explosions could explain not only the perimortal injuries, but also they could explain the cases of 3 individuals who were found with no signals of death and no perimortal traumas, but we do know that they died in a battlefield. So first of all, it is important to mention that explosion injuries are difficult to reconstruct as their profiles are really unique and they lack a clear structure. And they may also resemble other types of injuries like cuts or blunt force traumas. Shortly, those injuries could be categorized and divided into 4 groups. Primary group would be caused directly by the explosion. Secondary group would be caused by fragments of explosive weapons. For instance, a fragment of bomb stabbing a person. Third group would be caused by other bodies or objects that were moved by the blast wave. And the 4th category would be other injuries, such as burns, traumatic asphyxia, or poisoning by harmful gases. The explosion can cause numerous fractures, while the 4th type I mentioned could be visually even invisible on human skeletons, but result in a sudden death of a person who was near the explosion, such as a rupture of lungs or blood vessels or poisoning by gases that caused asphyxia. It is also important to mention that ballistics expertise and chemical tests are needed to evaluate the explosion, and they could confirm or deny the use of weapons 100%. However, due to time restrictions, we did not have time to do those studies in this case. So this is just one of the options that what may have happened during these battles. Speaking of gunshot wounds, 2 obvious cases were uncovered. Both injuries were followed by identical perimortem Lafort type 3 fractures, resulting in separation, as you can see, of the facial part of the skull from about. The cause of all types of Lafort fractures can be the same. It is a sudden and strong blow to the facial part. Specifically, this type of fracture is mostly common after a blow to the forehead area at the brow bones, and such fractures are common in car accidents that involve sudden braking and powerful facial impact to the nearby objects. But in this case, since Lafort facial operations were caused by gunshot injuries, they imply that both of these people were shot from a really close distance. The shape of a bullet entry wound can also indicate the angle at which the shot was fired. A round wound is visible when the axis of a bullet makes a 90-degree angle with the axis of a bone surface it damages. So in one case, you can see here, there's a round gunshot wound visible, while the gunshot wound suffered by the other individual is more oval shaped. That is more characteristic of a non-steep angle between the axis of the bullet and the bone surface. And this type of wound can also occur when the bullet falls or goes down during the shot, meaning that it was shot from a far distance. However, since the Lafort fractures already indicated that it was shot from a close distance, it means that this shot was fired from above to this person. Another important thing I want to talk about is the poor preservation of remains. It made research much more difficult, but at the same time, it gave a different valuable information. So as we know, the practice applied by Soviets during the discussed period was to leave the bodies after the battle near the place of death or next to a road or forest or a settlement without burying them, so that locals or relatives would do this work. In this way, corpses could lie in an open air for several days or even a week before others noticed them. And in this case, the decomposition process begins and accelerates while the remains are still on the ground and the soft tissues are already affected by decomposers. So they are more sensitive to the underground decomposition process as well. And among the studied objects, this is illustrated in a druzhliai material because bodies were left to be buried by the local villagers, creating a really long time gap between death and burial. Another important thing is an aerobic environment, because they are really important for good preservation of remains. So violations of anaerobic environment could also be a reason why these remains are really poorly preserved. Violations by anaerobic environment can happen when people are repeatedly uncovering and reburying the grave pit. So this happens when relatives want to rebury their dead family members, and the grave pit is uncovered at least several times after the first burial. And this, due to historical data, happened in both of these studies, in both of these study cases. And at the same time, we do know that because the number of individuals that we have found lying there in mass graves is much smaller than the number of individuals that we do know or we assume that have passed away during the battle. And lastly, it is important to mention the use of chemical materials during burial. From remains discussed in this study, bones from all individuals from Raubiškė are extremely fragile and they're covered with white chemical material. And specialized chemical tests are needed to find out the exact composition. So we are collecting samples now, and we plan to do that research. But also research of the remains of partisans in 20th century confirms that, especially during Soviet occupation, due to fear of disease or an unpleasant smell, as well as conscious desire to destroy remains on the part of the occupiers, it was really common practice to pour remains of dead with chemical substances and bury them with the wish to conceal their death or to prevent a possible honoring of partisans. This practice was also common and seen in a lot of research in Našlaičiai cemetery in search of Lithuanian partisans, including Adolfas Ramanauskas Vanagas. And what's interesting, it was noticed that remains of partisans were poured with destructive chemicals, but remains of other individuals buried in the same cemeteries on the same time, on the same day, they were completely fine. So the same case also happened in, as I mentioned, the Našlaičiai cemetery and in Tuskulėnai, which is another massive Soviet regime victims burial in Vilnius. To conclude, so in this study, applying the methods of forensic anthropology, also including historical analysis, individuals from two battles of Army Krājuma and Soviet armed forces were investigated. So far, the research has revealed that the causes of death on battlefields are very diverse. Gunshot wounds, as well as mortal injuries to the skull and lung bones, are thought to be the most common. The latter injuries are associated not only with death from a gunshot, but also with the possible use of explosive weapons and direct physical trauma, direct physical violence and beating up. The use of destructive substances in the burials of individuals was also found, which can be associated with the occupier's desire to hide or destroy remains, as well as with the local fear of various diseases. Some of the limitations I mentioned before, but I'd like to point out I think the most important one. So there are, for instance, older cemeteries such as Plinkaigalis that Karolis was talking about that are held in our lab for decades. And there are still more ideas and plans of the research, and the research is still going on. However, we do not have this kind of privilege when working with 20th century remains, because these are people who need and who can't be identified. They still have family members who are looking for them. So they have to be studied and reburied really fast. So for instance, for both of these battles, we had probably less than a month to study all the remains and to give them back for a reburial. And talking about future plans, I mentioned them briefly in the presentation, but we do plan to investigate destruction of remains using chemicals. So we are planning to work with chemists on that. And also there is another topic that has not been touched yet historically. So this is activities and possible Lithuanian and Polish partisan collaboration of AK soldiers and Lithuanian partisans. So basically, we do plan to look more deeply into that because there is some evidence that it happened. However, we do not have any more information yet. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Jovita. Questions for Jovita?
Maybe I have some practical question because here in the territory of our castle, after the Second World War, there were Soviet soldiers buried, and in the 1985, a new cemetery for Soviet soldiers were opened, and most of them were reburied there. But during the construction works this summer, we found separate bones, and we think, and they were they were some 25 centimeters from the ground level. So maybe what can you suggest? What kind of information we could get from such separate bones about those people?
So, I mean, it's important to, document all pathologies or wounds that are seen on these bones. Also, there are sometimes possible to determine sex, age of individuals. So maybe just, study them as much as you can. I know that it's like just a really small material, and then just take some samples. If there are teeth, then you can take teeth samples to, maybe in the future if family members are looking for them. That's what we did with Soviet prisoners of war. Basically, we took some samples from their femur bone and from their tooth, and then we were collecting them, and we have them in our lab. And all those remains they have their numbers, and they're reburied in a certain location.
Thank you, Jovita. Just I would like to find out, are these places in the territory of Lithuania and in which regions?
It's next to Vilnius. It's really close to Vilnius. Družliai is closer to Vilnius, and Rabiškė are like 30-40 kilometers away. Yeah.
Okay.
Other questions? Jovita? I guess we have just about 5 minutes for a general discussion, but my first question is to you, are there any?
Unfortunately not. We don't have any questions in our chat.
Okay, never mind. I don't know if you know how many people were attending.
No, 18.
18.
18, yeah.
Okay. Almost more than we are here. I don't know if there's any other questions that have come up in the meantime to our any of our speakers this morning that you haven't thought of yet, or are we already wanting to get our lunch? Okay, well, anyway, thank you to all our speakers this morning. It was quite diverse but very interesting. And I guess you can all relax now, and we can listen to this afternoon's session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Second part of the conference. This will be a very exciting session in its diversity. The floor will be given totally to our friendly neighbors. And this is a wonderful reflection of the growth of the conference, which started from the local scape and now has developed to embrace the Baltic countries. And this session actually reflects the benefits and the wonderful contribution of this conference, because all the topics covered in the session are somewhat reflected in all the 3 Baltic states. and only in such a broader context allows understanding the phenomena in its entirety. Those who are listening on the internet, please take the chance to ask the questions, to ask any questions or comments or anything you would like to say to the speakers. The questions will be, there will be time for the speakers to answer your questions at the end of this session. All three speakers, although being very young scholars, have already shown dedication to their research topics. The first speaker, Mr. Ilmar Tanisto, is a junior researcher at Tartu University and doctoral student at the Institute of History and Archaeology at Tartu University. His research interest is early modern period, especially, I think, as far as I could understand, you're specializing in the 17th century nobility in Livonia, which is, I think, a very scarcely researched topic, at least here in Latvia. He has already published rather extensively, I think, in Tuna and Forschungen zur Baltischer Geschichte, and in Scandinavian Journal of History. And his master's thesis has been awarded with the National Archives of Estonia Prize for Best Student's Work. And today he will speak about aspects of cooperation between the Swedish state and the Livonian nobility in the 17th century. The floor is yours.
So thank you very much for a very thorough introduction, and thank you for inviting me here. It's really very nice to get the opportunity to participate in conferences outside of Estonia. But so yes, if by the end of the previous block we already got to the 20th century, so now we have to take a step back into the 17th century. So I'll start, although it was already covered, I will give a very brief overview of my research area and research interests. So as was said, my main research interest is the Swedish province of Livonia in the 17th century, and mostly processes that can be associated with state formation. So the development of different institutions, legislation, taxes, local governance. And my special attention is to the role of the nobility in this process of state formation. And the key questions, or the focus of the presentation, would be the question of what role did the nobility play in the state formation process? Or in other words, in what ways did the cooperation between the states and the Livonian nobility contribute to the state formation process? The specific areas of cooperation between the Swedish states and Livonian nobility that will be discussed in the presentation are devising and enacting legislation, organizing the defense of the province, and building and maintaining critical infrastructure in the province. I just realized that I am trying to compress pretty much all of my PhD thesis into this 15 minutes, but I'll try to make it as quick and efficient as possible. Just a few words on the overall context, which I'm sure you're more or less familiar with. So first of all, Sweden in the 17th century, already based on the map, you can see the diversity of the empire. Now, these kinds of early modern states have been, a term that has been used is a conglomerate state, meaning that each region joined the Swedish Empire on quite different terms. So each of the provinces outside of Sweden and Finland had their own unique relationship to the center of the state, to Stockholm. Each region had a different set of laws, languages, customs, and all of this mess, as it could be described, had to be somehow managed. This very complex system, and especially taken into consideration the very limited resources that an early modern state had, the management of this very messy political situation was, it can be said it was too much for the early modern state. And this is when the local elites stepped in, the nobility in the countryside and the burghers in the cities to, in a way, lend a hand to the state. Now, Livonia was joined with the Swedish state in the 1620s. By 1629, the province was de facto a Swedish province. And it was joined by force. No capitulation treaty between the Livonian nobility and the Swedish state was signed. And so initially the state relied more on coercive methods in governing the province. But by the 1640s, the coercive methods had been abandoned and a more inclusive form of governance was adopted, where the local nobility then was gradually included in the decision-making process. And where I have derived most of my results from is from the protocols of the Livonian Diet, which then started regular sessions in 1643. And this was truly the forum where all matters of significance to the governance of the province were discussed. And usually the Diet convened in cases when the state needed something from the nobility. It was usually money or agricultural produce. And the fact that the state was always in a dire need for resources also gave the nobility an opportunity to express their desires as a kind of a counter favor. And thus began a process of negotiations, which very often took the form of outright bargaining. I give you this, you give me that, and we have a deal. So in modern political terms, this could be titled as bargaining with political influence or corruption or any other term like that. But back in the 17th century, this was considered to be perfectly acceptable or part of the political culture of the time. And the study of the petitions that the nobility handed over to the governor general at the diets showed that the most common request of the nobility was that the state should issue new legislation aimed at better regulating some aspects of public life. And here is a small chart showing then on the one hand how many times a new proposal for a new ordinance was proposed by the governor general, and in how many cases new legislation was sought by the Livonian nobility. So it's very much in favor of the Livonian nobility. The state was indeed very passive in by itself devising new legislation. So primarily they relied on the suggestions they received from the nobility. Now this number 97 doesn't mean that there were 97 different ordinances that the Livonian nobility wanted the state to pass. There was also a good deal of repetition. So if the regulation was not passed, then they would add the same request in the next petition during the next diet. And it is also important to note that the diet itself didn't have the authority to pass laws. So an ordinance could only acquire the strength of law once the governor general had decreed it. And the aspect of cooperation here is that the state was happy to receive the resources that it needed, and the nobility was happy that the ordinance they required came into effect, if they came into effect. So unfortunately, it's not possible to determine the exact success rate of how many of the petitions finally made it into actual legislation. But there are plenty of single case examples to demonstrate that many of the petitions by the nobility did in fact acquire the strength of law. And now this traditional interpretation of the wants and needs of the nobility in Estonian historiography, in Latvian historiography. I'm not so familiar with the Lithuanian situation. Estonia and Latvia are, in this sense, in a much more similar situation, having the same Baltic German nobility here. So the traditional view has been relatively negative towards them. The traditional interpretation has been that they used their influence to gain this kind of legislation that would somehow enable them to especially exert more from the peasantry. But a study of the petitions actually revealed that the nobility was not that interested in the peasantry. That only a small proportion of all the regulations that they sought for had something to do with regulating the life of the peasants. And it can be said that the kind of main goal of the nobility with this new legislation that they sought was to create a more secure, a more well-ordered society. So, for example, issues of security were something that was one of the main concerns for the nobility. And again, here is something that traditionally aspects of regulating violence, for example, it has been attributed more to the state, that the state was enforcing new legislation to control its subjects, this Sozialdisciplinierung, as it's called in German historiography. But wider recent research and also my own study rather give a picture of the nobility themselves, wanting stricter regulation also that would apply to them. For example, stricter laws for dueling were not only proposed by the state, but also by the nobility. So the nobility petitioning the state to issue laws that the nobility couldn't participate in duels that freely. Because it was also seen as a nuisance by many members of the nobility themselves. So another aspect, I've drawn red lines to illustrate the dangers that Livonia was facing. In this sense, 21st century, one arrow has has dropped away, but the other arrow is still remaining. So. But yeah, the 17th century Livonia was very clearly a frontier province, facing dangers from two directions, of course from Russia, but also from Poland, Lithuania. Livonia was still a contested area in the 17th century. And this means that troops were required to protect the province. However, in the 1630s and 1640s, Sweden's main foreign policy drive was in Germany in the 30 Years' War, and the state only had very limited resources to ensure the protection of the province. And therefore, an approach was taken in Stockholm that the province itself should contribute as much as possible to its defense. And the result was the formation of a unit known in German as the Adelsbahnen, can be roughly translated as the cavalry unit of the nobility. Now, each landholder had to contribute men and horses to the unit according to the size of their landholding. And the more land a nobleman possessed, the more men that person had to contribute. And occasionally noblemen with small landholdings would join the unit personally, but it was much more common to hire someone as a replacement for oneself. And during the 1630s, there were also times when the Adelsbahnen was the only cavalry unit stationed in the province. And its task was to offer initial resistance to the enemy and win time so that reinforcements could be called in. And by the early 1640s, this unit had reached a size of over 300 cavalrymen. So it was not a very significant force, but it wasn't insignificant either, so to give a very vague characterization. But it is important to note that there was very little resistance on the side of the nobility in manning and maintaining this unit, that it was also seen as a necessity by the nobility themselves to protect the province and to contribute to the protection of the province. And starting from the late 1640s, states started stationing more and more regular units in Livonia, and the question about the upkeep of those additional soldiers became the main topic in almost all of the diets. And well, almost always the nobility had to eventually give in and agree to additional taxation to maintain these units. And although these additional troops were also meant to protect the province, then in this case, the nobility was not always too happy to contribute. And sometimes the state also had to rely on coercive methods to secure the upkeep of its soldiers. So sometimes the cooperation didn't go so smoothly either. And the final aspect of cooperation is then the maintenance of infrastructure, and specifically roads and bridges. And the fact that the building and maintaining of roads and bridges was the responsibility of the nobility is relatively well known. Each landholder had the responsibility to keep any road that passed through his landholding in good order. If there was a river, the landholder was expected to build a bridge. However, it has usually been said that this was something that was imposed on the nobility by the state. And this is only partially true. That the first regulation about the building and maintaining roads and bridges from the year 1640 indeed originates from the state, without there being any trace that it was issued on the request of the nobility. And also in the course of the 1640s, governor generals had to remind the nobility of their duties to maintain roads and bridges on several occasions, indicating that there were serious problems in enacting these principles. However, it seems that the lack of action was also a concern for many of the local noblemen themselves. And in 1653, the Diets proposed to the governor general that a special institution should be created to better supervise the building of roads and bridges. And it was also, this institution was to be manned by members of the local nobility and without any pay. And in 1668, a set of laws was passed, known as the 1668 Landesordnung or Police Ordinance, which was a set of laws, 11 articles, and also the passing of this package of regulations was largely due to the initiative from the nobility. And Article 2 of this again reinstates this institution meant to then supervise the building of roads and bridges. And this institution, on the one hand, it meant that the people who were holding posts in the institution had to do that on their own cost. And the second aspect is that this institution was supposed to more effectively make other members of the nobility to fulfill their duty and build the roads and bridges that they were supposed to do. So the question would maybe arise that why would the nobility themselves advocate for such a solution? And well, the answer, or the short answer, would be because they themselves also needed the roads and bridges, just like the state did. So usually it has been said that these were the top priority of the state, to move soldiers from one place to another, but it also worked the other way around. And to conclude, now it would definitely be too much to say that the Baltic German nobility carried a truly progressive role, maintaining serfdom and a rigid class society, among other things, were of course still central to the thinking of the nobility. However, what they did strive for was a more secure and well-ordered society, where at least the elites would be safe from arbitrary violence and seizure of property, where certain areas were regulated and these regulations were followed. And in this respect, the goals of the nobility and the states overlapped,
It was just that the state lacked the resources and the administrative capacities to put these same principles into practice. And so in many respects, the nobility was an extension of the arm of the state. And once the state grew in strength and abilities, this kind of cooperation was no longer necessary, and the local elites could be discarded. And in the case of Livonia, this already happened in the 1680s and 1690s with the reforms of Charles XI. So, and that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very exciting presentation. I think it's quite a discovery. I know especially the design, but I think at the Latvian historiography there is an impression that the nobility was interested only in maintaining serfdom. And we have a cliche, the good Swedish times versus bad. That's, I think, our historiography is focused on. Where do you read Latvian?
Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not.
Never mind. Are there any questions?
I'm just very curious because my research topic is in a totally different century. I'm guessing you use sources from different archives from Estonian and
Latvian
as well.
And mostly Swedish.
Swedish.
Who was the Governor General? Was it someone from Sweden that was assigned, or was it someone who was native to Livonia?
Always somebody assigned from Stockholm. So this was different between the provinces of Estonia or Estland and Livland. That in Estonia or Estland, it's confusing with the provinces in the English language. That there could be also a governor who had like local roots, but in the case of Livonia, this was ruled out. That there always the governor general had to be a native Swede, and mostly due to the fact that Livonia was a frontier province, so it was kind of a place where the state had heightened kind of security measures, so to say.
Are there any questions from the chat?
No, unfortunately not.
How many people are listening?
18.
18.
So everybody has returned.
I'm wondering, have you compared the cooperation between the state and nobility in the Latvian part of the Swedish state and the Estonian part of the Swedish state?
Well, that's the thing with my research, that usually like historians who have studied the either Swedish province or the Russian provinces, they divide the province into the Latvian inhabited part and the Estonian inhabited part. For me, it's all a German province, because I'm studying the German nobility. So no, I have made no distinction whatsoever between the Estonian parts and the Latvian parts.
I think it's wonderful that you are covering the whole of nobility in all the provinces. It's very valuable.
Yeah, because they themselves didn't acknowledge these borders.
So you would say they identified themselves only as Baltic German nobility, and there's no like some local identity for them?
No, their local identity is Baltic German, and yes, of course, then both in the province of Estonia and the province of Livonia, they have their separate identities as well. So yes, that's true. And speaking of their allegiances, they did consider their fatherland to be the province of Livonia. So this is where their primary allegiances lay. It was first and foremost Livonia, and then afterwards, like what is the current state that is managing Livonia. So whether it be Sweden or Russia, it's up to negotiations.
Any more questions? I've got an impression that this nobility was aware that being under the Swedish rule was better for not only for them but for the country as the alternatives.
Yes, absolutely. The Russians were described as unser rechter Erbfeind, so our like true native enemy. Of course, this stereotypes played a role of the terrible Russian. These circulated in the area. Of course, the events of the Livonian War didn't help to improve the image of the Russians, but also this experience with Poland, Lithuania had left a bitter taste for the Livonian nobility, especially all the actions concerning reinstatement of the Catholic faith, something which they regarded as a very serious offense to all of the promises that Polish kings had made in the past. So yes, both Poland, Lithuania and Russia were seen as clearly worse alternatives at the time. But yes, during the Great Northern War, we know that once the situation shifted drastically, then they were able to realign their allegiances quite quickly and orientate themselves towards Russia without any very, very serious kind of moral dilemmas.
If there are no further questions, let us start again. For very well structured and very revealing presentation.
Thank you.
And if there are any questions, from the audience watching us on Zoom, you can ask questions even to the first session speakers. The next speaker has traveled from very, very far away from Lithuania, Mrs. Gaidamavičiūtė. Her interest is Baltic mythology as revealed by her recent publication under the very interesting title and dedicated to the exciting topic of the representation of the witches in Lithuanian folk narratives and beliefs. She holds a master's degree from Vytautas Magnus University and now is a doctoral student at Klaipėda University. Am I right? And she will enlighten us today on the topic of Baltic mythological parks in Lithuania. Please, the floor is yours.
Just time. So my presentation is intended to discuss the topic of Baltic mythological parks in Lithuania, and the newly introduced term Baltic mythological parks refers exclusively to objects complying with the definition of park, what are in line with the topic of Baltic mythology in the thesis. An example, they are characterized by a specific layout and thematic artistical design, usually a sculpture or natural objects given meaning. These parks are usually installed for not only recreation or entertainment, but also educational or even sacred purposes. It shall be noted that when it comes to a term, Baltic mythology refers to a category belonging to it rather than in a general sense. An example, the term of specific parks may represent the mythology of only one particular nation, such as Lithuania, rather than the mythology of all Baltic nations. However, a note shall be made that there are some examples among the parks and the investigation. There are concepts of Baltic mythology and ethnic belonging to the Balthasar are generalized. The most obvious example is the Park of Baltic mythology in Southdravi, Kretinga region, where Valdemaras Reinitis, one of the initiators and founders of the park, came up with an idea to establish a place where one could get acquainted with the mythology worldview of all Baltic tribes. Yeah, and for historians, this term defines a relatively new phenomenon of the 20-21st century. The period of creation of the parks can be approximately dated to the years 1977 to 2015, and the process is still ongoing. As the number of Baltic mythological theme parks is growing in Lithuania, there is a need to not only define this type of park, but also analyze the newly emerged phenomenon. And I would like to talk maybe briefly about my methodology. In the thesis research, observation, and in-depth semi-structured interview necessary for surveying well-informed respondents were employed for gathering empirical material of field studies. Other important methods include mapping and photography aimed at gathering visual empirical material, as well as visual material analysis methods. When analyzing the material gathered, the analytical descriptive method interpretation, the typological method, and the comparative method is useful. The interdisciplinary study encompasses the subjects of ethnology, history, mythology, and local lore studies. And here the following questions arise in the thesis. What motivates the initiation and establishment of parks and theme of Baltic mythology, and how much is that influenced by the author's search of identity in the heritage of ancestors in both the ancient Baltic religion and mythology? What is the importance of ethnicity and example identification with the ancient Baltic culture in this context? And why is the number of newly emerging landscapes dedicated to this theme relatively high in the small geographical area of Lithuania in recent decades? Are newly emerging landscapes dedicated to this theme a new phenomenon, or maybe a certain continuation of tradition dating back to ancient times? What determines choice of the form of representation of gods and mythological creatures? What is the anthropological significance of these man-made spaces for the community that works and resides there? And does the active use of these places and the relationship between the objects and its visitors correspond with the author's ideational basis? I'm going to focus on some of them in this presentation, only on some of them, not all, such as other sculptures of gods in modern Baltic mythology parks in Lithuania, a continuation of existing tradition, or representing gods, or is a new phenomenon being created. As regards the representation of gods in the current times, one should first be of all pay attention to the past, but we can claim that the tradition of god representation and idol building existed in the times of the ancient Baltic religion. The problem raised is not new. It goes back to the time of Matas Pretorius talking about the Prussian Romova shrine, and has been noticed by scientists from various fields more than once. As regards the representation of gods in the current times, one should, yeah. Mythologist, ethnologist Rimantas Balsys is dealing with this question on the basis of historical sources by summarizing the studies dedicated to this topic in his scientific article entitled Images of Lithuanian and Persian Gods in accordance with the data of written sources. The author claims on the basis of written sources from 5th century before Christianity to 17th century after Christianity, which are mostly supplemented by archaeological data that gods and mythical images of ancestors worshipped by Lithuanians and Russians had anthropomorphic visual characteristics. And about nowadays, what determines the choices of the form of representation of gods and mythological creatures. So the process of creating the Baltic mythology parts is varied. Sculptures are usually given freedom of artistic expression. The part sculptures, however, more often are born during the joint creative process. In mythological park of Beāte, for example, the sculptures that are created by Lithuanian and Latvian sculptors reflect the creative decisions of their authors. Many of them are stylized interpretations of modern art. The sculptures of mythological trail of the Oakwood of Dukštai were created together by only two authors, Motiejūtis and Valuckas, and the sense of stylish integrity there can be felt. You can see an example, one more example illustrated, and in the case of the mythological trail of Šventa, sculptures were given the freedom of artistic expression during the project. In example, visual solutions relied on the author's personal interpretation. The author's interviewed sought to predict the interplay between the nature and artwork from a temporal perspective, and to citation, leave space for the visitor's unique interpretation. I assume that sculptures will be improved by nature itself. Sculptures under the trees should eventually become mossy and collide with nature even more. Sculptor Arvydas Alishenkas states, then referring to the creative process of making the sculptures of Dionysius and Jovita. However, there are other examples. Then the integrity of the park founder's idea is realized. The sculptures are created according to the sketches specified by him. Such a process is fixated in the Park of Baltic mythology. All the sculptures are made according to the sketches, very carefully repeating the main idea of the founder. A choice of material of sculptures. I should say that wood is the most commonly used material creating sculptures in the parks discussed, but there's also stone and even metal, which is used less often. You can see one of the examples here, not very common one. As regards technical solutions, the material selected for the sculptures of the mythological trail of Šventa is relatively unusual as compared to most other parks in Lithuania and this investigation. Stone and metal elements were used, which is less usual as compared to typical warm Lithuanian wood. Perhaps this park, this forest station, and even us Lithuanians will no longer exist, yet the sculptures will remain telling the story about Lithuanian gods. One of the respondents believes when referring to the importance of longevity of sculpture material. And here you can see the list of parks. The list of parks. Okay, arranged by years of creation. And there are four parks. 4 parks have been created in the 20th century for the list. The first three almost at the same time prized, and the fourth the Valley of Žaltė few years later. The process runs up in the 21st century. Here we have, as you can see, a new Baltic mythological park in Lithuania appears in approximately every 2 years. Yeah. Currently, the old parks from above are being or have been reconstructed. Beekeeping museum, yeah, one from the older ones. Trail of sculptures on the coast of Lūšiai Lake, also mythological trail of the Oakwood of Dūkštai. Or at least the sculptures are being repaired in Witch's Hill. And you can see an example from Witch's Hill. Yeah, that's an example from Witch's Hill with a cap, metal cap, repairing the sculpture. There are also unfinished parks which are still planned to be supplemented with additional sculptures. The Park of Baltic Mythology and Mythological Park of Balthasar. I would like to turn your attention to the listed parks and their names. Maybe you can see there, or I can show more clear. The names, we usually emphasize the educational and recreational purpose of these places. For example, it is interesting to notice the difference of the names of Baltic Mythological Park and the Park of Baltic Mythology. The point is that the founders of the latter park strongly emphasize the educational purpose of the place. Many parks where motivated people work, offer guided tours, interactive, theatrical, educational events during the day time or even at night. Seasonal and family holidays are also celebrated at the parks. For example, in the Park of Baltic Mythology and Educational Mythology Trail of Šventa, visitors are graded by employers. The topic of mythology is introduced and who's willing to proceed are accompanied by a guide. Day tours as well as night tours, which offer a different range of sensations offered. In the latter, more emphasis is laid on senses, a different atmosphere is created, and narrative plots are employed. Ethnoarchaeologist Vykintas Vaitkevičius also discusses the effects of the place at different times of the day and different seasons, and the diversity of landscape educational trails from varying perspectives by adding different symbolic meanings. Yeah, in order to make the term relevant to a modern person, gods represented are made alive in mythological trail of Šventa by means of animation during important events as they are awakened from the static state and played. Quotation. We have special custom-made clothing that symbolically reflect a particular sculpture in terms of colors. In other words, a deity. Each character also has specific attributes. Diltinė Reaper has an old kanklės, Latvian kokle. Telutis has a stick, Medina walks with a horn, Upinis holds a pitcher full of water, etc. When we have an important event, employers of Silvieta Regional Park wear this set clothing has some embodying specific deities. Maybe this is close to interpretation yet. The aim is to attract people visually and to awaken their interest, one of the regional park employers says. Yeah, and here you can see a location of Baltic mythological parks in Lithuania by landscape. So there are 3. One's in the city, town, mythological park of Balthasar is in Vilnius, Vilnius district, but now it is Vilnius, the part of Vilnius. And Witches Hill is in a smaller town, Juodkrantė, in Coronian spit. The Baltic mythological park is in small town, they say. 4 of them we have in the villages. And you can see names, and the others are far from settlements, the biggest group. Sorry? Okay. Time? More or less, yeah. Oh, sorry, need to talk more quickly. Okay. The territory for the discussed parks is more often chosen a little farther from dense settlements, usually in a forest, sometimes on a hill. When implementing projects in the city or in the town, the place on the outskirts of a settlement is usually chosen using the nearby objects of nature and by adapting flexibly to them. On the other hand, in such cases, the parks that are close to the territory inhabited by people and having merged with it, they used to become a part of the identity of that city or town, even sort of its business card. In his study, the phenomenon of Lithuanian wood carving assembles ethnologist, art critic, historian Mimas discusses complexes of wood carving objects, including a significant number of Baltic mythological parks, which are mentioned in this presentation. He notices that these carvings assembles are particularly closely associated with the rural and regional identity and recreational and ecological aesthetics. They are much less associated with the aesthetic identity of the big cities of the country, whereas a significantly lower number thrive in the cities. And no summary. The important and relevant problem of representing the gods is discussed in this small-scale study based on research done, which suggests that the tradition of representing the gods goes back to the pre-Christian times. However, forms of representation are mostly chosen by interpreting freely, even through using scientific materials available to the authors and developers of the parks, of the consultations of ethnologists and mythologists. Wood is most commonly used material, also stone and metal, as I said, which is used less often. The period of the development of the parks covers the 20th, 21st centuries. The first 3 parks were established at a similar time during the Soviet era in the 21st century, when the number of the parks of this type is constantly increasing. The most recently established park, which can be found on the list of parks in research, dates back to 2015. However, it is difficult to see whatever this process has stopped. And not only recreational purpose of the Baltic mythology parks is often emphasized. In many cases, this is also reflected in the names of the park. Also, the territory for the development of the discussed parks is usually chosen away from dense settlements, as I mentioned. Okay, I will not repeat that. The broader research of the problem of the representation of gods and a more detailed discussion and comparison of creative expression methods are planned in further studies. During the study, a live process of the development of the Baltic mythology parks, the nature of their operation and their significance to the society are observed. Thank you for attention.
Thank you for this very revealing subject. I think that it was a discovery for many of us that Lithuanians are so committed to some events of our mythological past. Are there any questions?
Would you say there are only mythological creatures in these parks, or are there, for example, because in Latvia, if there are parks with sculptures, they have also, I think, for example, wooden mushrooms or something like that as well, and also some gods, some, I would say also mythological as well aspects, but I think it's very rarely that we would have only mythology based aspects there. Are there also some like everyday objects in these parks, like sculptures?
Oh, I see. I understand the question very well because that's my problem. One of the main problems. Then talking about objects of my work, we have lots of parks of different time, and to find out what objects is to live in my research. Yeah, I have more ones in under my investigation, but what to live. What number, it's quite a problem. And as I mentioned, Vytautas Tumėnas did a research about only wooden sculptures and parks, and there's big amount of them in Lithuania. I was talking about a term, Baltic Mythology Park. It's also new construct, and I'm talking only about those places that there's only gods and mythological creatures, but not mushrooms. Maybe one can be, of course, but mainly. So that's a problem of the object.
We have a question from our viewer from Zoom. Michael Suminska writes that I'm curious as to how people of different religious identities relate to these parks and their gods represented. For example, Catholics, agnostics, modern pagans such as Orlova or Bioarchaeological members. What do they think about these mythological parks?
Yeah, I thought to talk about that in my research, but it's I need to interview lots of people, lots of more people, and I think it could be further research. Of course, in my work, I meet various people from Christian, New Pagan, as you said. And but talking about parks, they usually don't mention these things. Sometimes we have celebrations, as I said. If there are some parks where we can do rituals, and they does wedding with pre-Christian traditions, or other celebrations and festivals sometimes, but not in all of them.
Okay, we don't have any more time for questions.
Sorry.
Thank you once again. I think that this presentation is something for us to think about, because I don't think we have enough this phenomenon, at least not on such a broad scale. And I'm wondering why.
I'm sure.
It's not a question, it's just something to think about.
That's interesting. Thank you. Please send me such places in Latvia if you remember any.
Plinkaigalis, there's something like that, but it's not mythological, it's based on literature. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is again from Estonia. Mr. Toivo Kikas. He is a doctoral student and the holder of master's degree from Tartu University. And he has also published in Tuna. And his publications reveal his commitment to his research topic, namely early 20th century. He has published about nationalist propaganda in Estonia in the 1920s, Estonian military intelligence in the Estonian War of Independence. And he has worked as a director of Museum of Estonian Military Academy, which reveals his real profound interest in this topic. And today he will speak on the topic leaflets during the War of Independence in Estonia, 1918-1920. Will he be online?
Us via Zoom, and I hope we will get him right now.
Hi.
Hi, we hear you. You can start your presentation, and maybe could you share your presentation?
Thank you. Unfortunately, I do not have any slideshow to show.
Okay, then you will just talk and we are able to listen again.
Yes. So my PhD thesis is researching Estonian soldiers in War of Independence of Estonia on both sides, both in Estonian National Army and in Red Army. In my thesis, I tried to find out how the attitudes of soldiers were detected, how they were motivated, and how they were influenced, such as by propaganda. But how to define propaganda? According to historians of communication, Carl Jovita and Victoria O'Donnell, propaganda is a form of communication used by propagandists to achieve from their target reaction according to their goals, such as induce fear, uncertainty, or something else. My presentation is focusing mainly on propaganda of Soviet Russia during this war. French philosopher Jacques Ellul has written that propaganda of such regimes as Soviet Russia must be overwhelming. First, it must use all the means, such as journalism, posters, meetings, and so on. Secondly, it must be constant, meaning it must be frequent and regular. And thirdly, it must be never-ending, which means you can't make a pause in propaganda. So how did the contemporaries of 1918 to 1920 understand propaganda? It's hard to say conclusively, but in one of the leaflets created by Estonian National Army, it was summarized that Soviet propaganda repeated its lies from day to day in newspapers, leaflets, and daily orders to never give a chance to the soldiers of Red Army to think about their past life and to not let them calmly analyze what is happening. This is, of course, a view of the other side. Researching leaflets from continuation wars of the First World War in former Russian Empire, or even from the last 2 decades before that, has not been very popular subject, at least not in Estonia. There has been 2 studies that I know of. One was 20 years ago, a Masters of Arts study by Endel Kuusik, analyzing earlier revolutionary leaflets. And then there was 3 years ago an article by Mari-Leen Tammela focusing on a single leaflet from 1919. There has also been one recent article from Lithuania that I know of, in which leaflets were analyzed as tools of psychological warfare. A more remarkable recent study comes from Ukraine, from Stefan Belichenko, who studied leaflets within the wider propaganda of revolutionary Ukraine during 1917 to 1922. Western historian Barbara Allen has published some translated leaflets of Russian socialist movement during 1917. This is all I know. The main aim of my study here is to analyze what was the contents of either side messages and what was the effect of these leaflets. The study has been carried out on the basis of analyzing the leaflets of both the Republic of Estonia and Soviet Russia as the main source. In total, I found 116 leaflets from the period of Independence War from Estonian archives and museums. 68 of these were directed towards soldiers, while others were focusing on elections and other matters. 12 were from Republic of Estonia and 74 from Soviet Russia. All of these were written in Russian, and on the Soviet side, the leaflets were both in Russian and Estonian in many times. The current research has employed a comparative analysis method. To understand where and how leaflets had been created, the institutions that created propaganda had to be inspected in detail. On Estonian side, the leaflets were created by the intelligence department of the General Staff of the Estonian National Army, while on the Soviet side, by political departments of the Red Army. Of course, these institutions had many other and more important tasks than creating leaflets, such as surveillance of their own soldiers, or in the case of the Red Army, also ideological education of their soldiers. Leaflets were spread mainly by undercover agents, but this has been very difficult to detect exactly. Also scattered from aircrafts and disseminated by reconnaissance troops. Printing numbers of leaflets were from 700 to 9,000 on the side of Republic of Estonia, up to 25,000 on the Soviet side, but such high numbers, they are suspicious. Estonian leaflets were in Russian, as I said already, but Soviet leaflets were directed towards Estonians, and this is actually interesting. They were both in Russian and Estonian, but why they were in Russian, I'm not 100% sure. Both sides had plain text with no images on the leaflets, and this is one of the main reasons why I do not show you slideshow. There is really nothing visual. Regarding texts of the leaflets, the messages they carried were created in accordance with, shall we say, general laws of propaganda. What are those laws? Estonian historians Anu Raudsepp and Karin Hiiemaa have written that when one creates the image of the enemy, one focuses on highlighting certain traits of opponent in a negative way that one wants to express in a positive way for own side. For example, you show the enemy is coward and that your own side is heroic. The enemy is evil and your side is good. In a very simple and dualistic way. Anu Raudsepp has written that to create the image of enemy, one has to apply 5 phases, and this is essential for my research in this study. Personification, ridiculing, shaming, demonizing, and dehumanizing. Not all of these phases must be applied at once for this success. Both Estonian and Russian leaflets created the image of enemy out of military political leadership of the opposing side. Leaflets of Republic of Estonia created the image of enemy out of Red Commissars in the Red Army, from low-ranking commissars up to the Trotsky. Commissars were shown to not care for their own soldiers, but instead being apt for drinking, violence, and looting. Commissars were also shown as liars, especially because they had promised bread, peace, and land, but instead of those brought death, famine, and poverty. However, it was repeatedly said by the Estonian side that the enemy is not Russia or Russians. On the other side, Soviet Russia created the image of enemy out of government of Republic of Estonia, because it was, so to speak, bourgeois, not representing the interests of working class. Estonian government was depicted as dictatorship of butchers who forced workers to kill each other. Government was named reactionary, meaning they were against the world revolution, and they were also called bloodthirsty. And that's why they did not want to sign a peace with Soviets. That was the narrative. As you can see, these texts were very highly emotional and loaded. So this is simply me quoting these texts. Specific cabinet members were named mainly prime ministers for the Estonian side. Estonian government and military leadership were blamed to be the puppets of Western governments, especially Great Britain and France. Also, generals of White Russia were named at times. Ordinary officers of the Estonian army were seldom targeted. The main targets of the messages from both sides were common soldiers. But former or parallel identities were also used, such as peasants and workers. Soviet side used the identities often to fragment the other side, while the Republic of Estonia tried to apply for the common background of majority. Nationality was mentioned very little in the messages of Soviet Russia, but more so in leaflets of Estonia. So, what was the purpose of the leaflets and their messages? Besides creating the image of enemy, the main goal was to influence the soldiers of the other side, either to switch the sides or desert, flee from their unit and battlefield. Some messages were meant to create suspicion in the course of the fight, and to make soldiers think of giving up violence and return to peaceful life. Other messages were directed to more specific groups, identities, but the main target of both sides were mobilized common soldiers. Creating suspicion was the main way to go, and for that the image of enemy was created. Lying, treacherous leadership who could not be trusted. That was pretty common message. One of the tools to achieve that was to ask questions. Are you fighting for the right cause? And for the right leaders? Questions were accompanied with the correct answers. You are fighting for the wrong cause. Your leaders lied to you. In return, own side was praised. For example, Republic of Estonia praised the democracy or conditions with food and equipment. Many techniques or messages used were common for both sides. Some proclamations were allegedly letters from prisoners of war. Many leaflets called to lay down weapons and surrender, while others called to kill their leadership and switch sides. Both sides called others to end killing their brothers. While Soviet leaflets did not touch the subject of religion, messages of Republic of Estonia did. For example, during Easter celebrations, one leaflet applied strongly to the special soul of Russia and called to give up violence for the honest work. In other leaflet, it was said that the Red Commissars defile searches, and in third, that Bolsheviks promised heaven, but you, soldiers of Red Army, are living in hell. Both sides try to show their way as liberation or liberators in some leaflets, while scaring in others with violence and death. The most common message was peace, especially for Soviet Russia during the second half of 1919, when things did not go so well for them. So, what are my conclusions? Of course, I can only offer you my interpretation of sources. This is not the final truth. But it seems that both sides used similar techniques and tried to create the image of enemy on similar terms. Some variables were different in details, such as religion, but the main goal was to use the image of enemy to try and influence soldiers of the other side, either to give up or switch sides. Soviet propaganda was constant during the war, but only since the second half of 1919, while it was not very intense before that. On the other hand, Estonian propaganda leaflets are also only known from the first half of the 1919. So it can be concluded that either side did not achieve much with propaganda, because Estonia used very little leaflets, as far as we know, and while Soviet Russia used much more leaflets, they did not achieve mass desertions of Estonian National Army or other such goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Toivo, for a really enlightening presentation. Are there any questions from the audience or from internet?
From internet, no.
I think two people
No,
chat.
that's about previous question, and I'm asking about new participants who I can't find them.
I saw some names among the audience who are specialists in this field, and I think that they should ask, or maybe they're just still thinking. I don't have any questions.
Okay, I could ask one question. I'm interested about this reception of these leaflets. Have you, I don't know, read in some diaries or in the newspaper articles or seen in other sources? Are there any reception, how people, what the people thought about those leaflets? Did those leaflets actually made any influence?
Yes, this was one of the hardest questions for me as well. I did look at the very various sources, such as field court martial records, censorship records, and surveillance records of both sides, and also diaries and letters and memoirs. And there were very few mentions, but there were some. With censorship, it's easy to say that perhaps soldiers did not write about such things as picking up a leaflet and reading it in their letters, because they were well aware that there was a censorship. With diaries, there is very little to go on. And with the court martials, where some soldiers were interrogated for suspicion of spreading leaflets, there are only a few cases, and they are more about how and why they spread leaflets than about how these leaflets influenced anyone. So there really isn't much direct mentioning.
Thank you.
Maybe there is time for one more quick question, if there is any. Do you know, Eva has a question, do you know the circulation of the leaflets? How many were printed of each sort? Well, what is the number? How many leaflets were printed? For example, in one kind of leaflet, how many copies did they have?
As I mentioned in my presentation, there were some printing numbers officially very high. On Estonian side, up to 9,000 for one single leaflet, and on Soviet side for up to 25,000. But let's be honest, you shouldn't take these as very, very realistic numbers, especially on Soviet side. I think as later years proved, you could report anything. So, and one thing is that perhaps there were such numbers created, but how many were disseminated or spread, this is another matter. So there is no definitive number. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I think we don't have much more time left because the next session will start in 3 minutes.
We can suggest that if you want to make a short walk, just to keep you fit, maybe we can start 25 past, and so 7-8 minutes, and we will check all the technical stuff.
Thank you once again for your very informative presentations. It leaves something for us to think about, and thank you, 18 loyal Zoom listeners and viewers. And I hope that these publications, that these presentations will be published, because your findings is something that needs to be kind of considered and in a broader audience apart from us here.
Yeah, sorry, I want to add some words, if I can, about the question. I see
yeah,
now
sure.
The last question I got.
Do you want to use the microphones also? Okay,
I can in a few words, just a few words. Yeah, I was thinking after that, and you know, I'm not going to discuss that in my research, in my thesis, but I have that material in my interviews and these answers. Sometimes stories about that, how people from different religion maybe take that information or even act in that places. Sometimes interesting stories. So I think they are quite different, and then you don't talk about religion, but only about mythology in the parks, and the employers, guides, not talking about the religion. That's okay. And they say sometimes we have curious situations when people run away, literally run away, afraid, then they are afraid of something there. So my conclusion is that I think that it may be one of the answers about why the educational purpose of Baltic material parks is accented everywhere I go. Yeah, sometimes after I switch off my microphone, I can get lots of information, not so official, and stories like that. So that's also interesting field of research. Thank you.
Okay, we have some few minutes just to have a walk.
So, as the last session for English speaking session for today is already beginning, I hope all the participants are here. I can see the chair of the session, Edgars Engīzers, the Latvian historian, is also here. I think we can start. Edgar, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Albert, for kind introduction. I hope you can hear me same loud and clear as I could hear Albert. So today's session, and I'm very pleased to invite to our conference, and it's a very strange format when we can see just the names of each other. Three emerging scholars, Karolis Müller, Helena Eglit, and atklāšana. Sorry for my pronunciation and my voice. At this moment, I'm a little bit cold. So probably it's also good to have a remote session to participate and to hear all of you in such a way. But today's session, it's not only the part of the foreigners in this conference, but also this session is very interesting in my eyes because it leads at slightly different aspects of history writing we are used to, as many of these reports and practically all reports you will hear will be not only classically historical research, but will involve, at least in my eyes, from my expectations, what I have read from the authors previously, some even anthropological or ethnographical excursions and observations, which definitely are which definitely are interesting. So it's not only the English speaking or foreigner part. I would like to stress that these aspects that we will discuss today are also topically very important and hopefully will bring some new ideas. I will lead this session and I was very surprised when I was invited. So when you are invited to the Young Scholar Conference to chair some section, so it's clear that Young Scholar career is over to you. But to be more strict, I will not speak too much myself on the organizational part. I will introduce authors and give floors to them. After, we will have a small discussion section. So please keep your questions. And also you are having a possibility to raise hands to jump into discussion, or if you are willing to participate in a more discreet remote form, you can also write questions on the chat room, and I will sum them together at the end of the session. So there are approximately 15 minutes time to each of speaker, and afterwards, 20 minutes without stress, and we will have also a discussion session afterwards. So the first introduce Miss atklāšana. Sorry, my pronunciation. I know my surname is the same nightmare for foreigners, so excuse me for that. Who will speak about the sense of community aspects of film production workers in Lithuania during Soviet era and after the restoration of independence, which already gives interesting questions. I will leave my own ones also for the end of the session afterwards. atklāšana is an emerging scholar with a practical experience within the film industry. So definitely it will be also some know-how, observations, and also her previous publications how led into different aspects of film industry and also folklore, how it is building up. So working within studying within ethnology in Vytautas Magnus University, Lithuania, working with her PhD. and definitely I'm looking forward for this hopefully very observable comparison of this very different eras in society, in one small part of the Lithuanian society, which could be named as a filmmakers. So, Aquila, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you so much for introducing me. So I would like to start, and in the beginning I want to say that when it comes to Lithuania cinema in general sense, we are often faced with distinguish or comparing two historical periods, the Soviet era and Lithuania after the restoration of independence. Therefore, one of the needs to discuss or compare the mentioned two periods through the aspect of film culture in Lithuania arises also because Soviet films were made in completely different conditions than films are made nowadays. During the Soviet era, cinema, which served as one of the most effective propaganda tools, received a lot of attention from the state. This focus was manifested in stable state funding, production plans, the presence of a central film studio, and wide distribution. Meanwhile, 1990 became a turning point in Lithuania. The collapse of centralized, state-funded, and censor-controlled film production triggered a series of changes not only in the field of film production and distribution, but also in their subject matter and stylistics. A film set is a place which brings together people from different fields. We work together, experience emotions together, and create strong social ties. I'm so sorry I didn't put my presentation. Okay, and thus the aim of this presentation is to reveal the creation of a sense of community among film production workers in two historical periods. This presentation is based on the data of the field research conducted in 2020-2021, which was collected using the interview method with 120 film production workers in Lithuania. It is not rare that the informants themselves, who worked both in the Soviet era and in independent Lithuania, during the interviews not only compared but also naturally led to the separation of the mentioned historical periods. The communality of film production workers will be presented, dividing this presentation into three parts. So first, the case of localized, delocalized community. Second, creation of emotional connection and family feeling. And the third one, tradition, events, ritual practices, actions uniting film production workers. Communality in communities is created through certain things such as place, norms, beliefs, values, customs, identity. Communities may share a sense of a place situated in geographical area or can be created through social relations and their development. A basic point in this part of presentation is Lithuanian film studio, which also had an impact on the community spirit of film production workers. During the Soviet era, the Lithuanian film industry was concentrated in Vilnius. This is not only determined the place where Lithuanian film workers worked, but also in the long run, the studio became as a social structure which served to draw official boundaries of belonging to the community, establishing hierarchy and certain roles within the organization. According to the stories of those who worked at the film studio at the time, the activities of film production workers in the studio were not limited to work. For example, in the first film studio located in Žvėrynas district in Vilnius, the employees liked to spend time in the studio yard, where employees not only share creative or non-creative plans, but also talked a lot and played chess. Later, the number of film studio employees grew. Naturally, the need for larger premises grew. In 1964, part of Lithuanian film studio moved to newly built buildings in another district of Vilnius, Antakalnis. In 1974, a dormitory was also built for families of employees, singles, and guests. As in the film studio, film production workers engage in common activities in the dormitory. It is also important to note that place in the life of community does not only function as geographical environment, which the community operates. Moving away from the view of place as a geographical definition, let's move on to the place that is created through social relations and their development. The responses of the informants highlight the identification of the workplace with the home. For example, a respondent who has been working as an art director for 21 years said that when he entered a film studio, he compared it to the feeling of home. The feeling of home came from the fact that a lot of time was spent in the studio, everyone hung out there, all the projects took place in the film studio. It was a base, a workplace, a meeting place, and place for communication. After Lithuania regained its independence, and the political, economical, and social situation in the country changed, the filmmaking system also underwent radical changes. The Lithuanian film studio is also going through upheaval. In the long run, the creative workers were laid off, while the technical workers and the film studios, the technical base, provided services to produce film by private and foreign film companies. In 2004, the film studio was privatized. In 2020, was demolished. The physical collapse of the film studio emotionally affected film production workers. For example, a cinematographer who worked in the Soviet era and now said that, "I came back from Moscow and saw half of the film studio demolished. I cried and that's it. What other feelings can there be?" Before the last demolition works, about 400 persons related to Lithuanian cinema gathered for the Last Supper at the Lithuanian film studio, where we shared memories, took pictures, and signed autographs on the walls of the studio. You will never have a normal family if you work in the cinema. As one of the main disadvantages of working in film production, the production designer names. Long working hours, lack of routine, often not being able to plan your time have a huge impact on the personal life of film production workers. Such devotion leaves less time for family, relatives, or friends. However, as an opposite to the informant statement, I will highlight the very frequent description given by the respondents during the interview, that people they work with in the same film project are like a family to them. The mentioned feeling of family was expressed by informants of all generations, both those who worked during the Soviet era and after the restoration of independence. Based on the responses of the informants, we can say that sometimes it is purposeful to create a sense of family. For example, an older generation film director who worked mainly in the Soviet period, claims that he tried to create a friendly and family-like atmosphere when filming his film. He tried to make films with people he knew or could even call friends. Another aspect emphasized during the interview with the informant is that work in cinema is often identified as a lifestyle. The boundary between work and personal life disappears. A typical 12 hours workday often results in spending more time with colleagues than with family members. The internal communication of the team is especially strengthened during the trips, when filming takes place in other cities or foreign countries. During such circumstances, team members worked together, lived, ate, slept in the same room. Actor Juozas Budraitis described life in the cinema as follows. The film was shot for 3 to 4 months, sometimes even a half a year, during which time we managed to get to know each other, make friends, fall in love, or even get married. Also, the feeling of family while working in the cinema is found in the responses of all generation of informants. Not a single informant said that earlier there was a stronger internal team connection and family relationship in the team. The well-known film actor claims that, true, cinema is different now. Before we used to exist in it as a family, as a society of like-minded people. This is tried to be explained by the fact that now there is a lot of filming. You don't even have time to get to know each other. Everyone quickly disperses after finishing filming, and there is an emptiness. After briefly presenting how employee relations are created through the perspective of family feeling in film production, in this part I will focus on the factors that strengthen the bonds of community among film production workers. I will separate these factors into several categories. First, official events, second, ritual practice traditions on the film set, and third, non-official events. Both in the Soviet era and independent Lithuania, film production workers were united by essentially the same ritualized action. And it also noted that certain traditions are passed down from generation to generation. Official events where the community gathers and celebrates change along with historical circumstances. During the Soviet era, official events such as film festivals, awards, conventions were organized throughout the Soviet Union and other European countries. Meanwhile, in the second decade of independent Lithuania, a film culture began to take shape, including various film festivals, events, organizations, and educations that take place only in Lithuania. As for ritual practices, traditions on the set, we can say that most of them have been handed down by film production workers who worked back in the Soviet era. For example, one of the most popular traditions on the film set is the plate smashing into camera tripod to symbolically mark the start of filming, recorded both in the Soviet era and in today's film production in Lithuania. However, the tradition that came to the professional group of film production workers only after the restoration of independence are also recorded. For example, the first American film production companies brought the gift-giving tradition, which is particularly popular in Hollywood. Talking about informal gatherings among employees, it has been relevant since the beginning of the formation of a professional group of film production workers. Both in the Soviet era and today, film production workers often spend time together after filming by going to bars, cafes, and restaurants. The main unofficial event that unites and brings together all film production workers is the Kinošnikų žiburėlis. The event has been organized since 2011 between Christmas and New Year. Parties organized during the project should also be classified as informal events. It is very important part of team building, uniting, and celebrating the result. During certain projects, beginning, middle, and end parties are organized. And in conclusion, it can be said that film production workers who worked in the Soviet era and the first year of independence Lithuania expressed a stronger sense of belonging to the community compared to those who worked later or are currently working in the film industry. There are many reasons for the weakening of the sense of community among film production workers. First, along with the historical upheavals, the film production system also changed. During the Soviet era and after the restoration of independence, workers gathered at the Lithuanian film studio, the collapse of which affected the film production workers both emotionally and financially. And the individualism among employees is also increased by the fact that now film production workers in Lithuania are freelancers and everyone is responsible for themselves. Secondly, we should not reject the factor that such statements by the informants are based on the factor of youth, and youth is usually remembered nostalgically, often romanticizing it and painting it in bright colors. Thirdly, all for certain communities solidarizing aspects are passed down from generation to generation, The modern way of life, political, social, cultural processes undoubtedly change the feeling of togetherness in the social world of film production workers in Lithuania. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Aquila. As I told, we will collect the questions afterwards. I have made some notes for myself also. So hopefully we'll have a brilliant discussion laterly on all three subjects. Please do not forget also your own questions, and if you are curious about that, you are free to write them in the chat room at the moment of the presentation also. So the next speaker is Ms. Helena Egleit, who is more specialized in soft power, propaganda, Russian foreign policy, and such themes which have been noticed, I would say, significantly since the beginning of the war, the second stage of the war of Ukraine, but have been observable object of the research at least for a decade. Also, I have contributed a little bit, so there will be definitely some questions also from my side. She is working in. She used to be working, had been working for a long time as a journalist. So also an interesting angle for historical debate on these issues, not only about past, but also about the formation of current society's views. She's studying in University of Tartu, but spent her time also in College of London and Sciences Po Bordeaux. And the theme which she will present today is, just a moment, I need to recheck, as we had several options and I really don't want to take the old form. And so those Russian narrative of a minority is the correct one. Yes, the Russian narrative of minority discrimination in Russia's geopolitical space in 90s, thus covering not only Estonia, but also wider concept of post-Soviet political and social entities, which all we in some sense belonged. So, Helen, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much for this kind introduction. Albert, could you also share the slides for me? Or are you here? Yes, thanks so much. Yes, today I will focus mainly on Russia's geopolitical space in general, but in my thesis I'm focusing mainly on Estonia. My name is Helena Egleit. I'm a third-year history and political science student at the University of Tartu. And this presentation includes a part of my thesis, which looks into the conflicting representations of the Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe from 1993 to 1996. And my aim is to evaluate and examine the OSCE mission in Estonia from Russian, Estonian, and Western perspectives. But today, in my presentation, I will give a brief overview of the political situation in Estonia in the 1990s and Western fears of ethnic discrimination and possible war in the region. I will also go over the Kremlin's foreign policy goals in the region and its foreign policy concept called humanitarian trend. So basically, how Russia has tried to use a claim of minority discrimination as a legal way to intervene to Estonian politics. And I believe that this topic is extremely important, as the humanitarian trend of Russia's foreign policy has been generally ignored by the scholars and politicians. And I believe that Russian influence and security goals in the region have not been well examined, or have been examined only through the prism of Russian rhetoric. And although I'm aware that similar events developed in Latvia, I don't have time to cover both of the countries, and also the reasons and judgments of Estonian political decisions are beyond the scope of my presentation. So to begin with, in 1992, the Estonian Parliament Riigikogu reintroduced Estonians' pre-war law on citizenship. The law stated that only people or their descendants who lived in Estonia before the occupation in 1940 could automatically receive Estonian citizenship. And as a result, around 400,000 Soviet-era settlers, who were mostly Russian speakers, found themselves stateless. On the one hand, several Western institutions and politicians, including OSCE officials, were concerned about the rising potential of an armed conflict and minority discrimination in Estonia. For example, Francis Fukuyama argued that the Russian-speaking population in Russia's near abroad is the seed of, I quote, another crisis more dangerous than the breakup of Yugoslavia. And it's extremely important to note that the term near abroad is the Kremlin concept for the states of the former Soviet Union. And although it has an ideological connotation, it is widely used by Western academics and politicians. But from the Estonian perspective, the continued presence of Russian troops only reinforced dissatisfaction and distrust among Estonians. And Estonians feared that some Russians in Estonia could be national traitors and function as a so-called fifth column to Moscow. So the Estonian government's policies toward the non-citizens were motivated by fear, revenge, and the desire to protect Estonian national identity. As was mentioned before, OSCE decided to establish its mission to Estonia in 1993 in order to investigate and prevent minority discrimination in Estonia, as well as promote the dialogue between Russians and Estonians. And according to Rob Sagman, who served as an advisor to the High Commissioner on National Minorities from 1993 to 1995, the Estonian domestic political situation was the typical case for which the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities was established. Now, the question is if the human rights violations in Estonia was a claim or a reality. It was made clear soon after the establishment of the mission that human rights were not violated in Estonia. The highest institution permanently on the ground, OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities, Max van der Stoel, confirmed in 1995 that Estonian policies followed international human rights requirements. The statement was supported by the findings of other human rights institutions, such as the Helsinki Watch, which noted in 1993 that Estonia is not committing any abuses of human rights in the areas of citizenship. And it also claimed that the government had guaranteed fundamental rights for non-citizens, including the rights to social services and unemployment benefits. And even though human rights violations were not transpired in Estonia, the Kremlin continued to accuse the country of discriminating against the Russian-speaking people. My goal is to demonstrate that Russia's human rights discourse and humanitarian trend in foreign politics has been an important yet generally ignored aspect of Russian foreign policy. Brief overview of Russian foreign policy goals in the region. In general, in post-Soviet sphere, according to Rob Sagman, Russia's primary goal in the Baltics was not ideological, but to protect its naval military power in the Baltic Sea region. In addition, the Kremlin aimed at preventing the Baltics joining NATO. This was clearly present in the media, as well as personal communication between Yeltsin and American President Clinton. Russian experts were concerned that NATO enlargement would harm Russia's role in controlling the transit routes in the Baltic Sea region. Some scholars argue that quite possibly the driving force behind the red line policy of Baltic membership was in interests of Russian oil companies. And this approach is endorsed by the fact that the Kremlin rhetoric somehow softened after the construction of the Baltic pipeline system in December 21. Human rights violations, like accusing human rights violations, was excellent in the sense that there was none, and Russia's claims and requirements were not achievable for the Estonian government, it was feasible for the Kremlin to aim its policies and delay NATO enlargement to the region. In this discourse, the Kremlin represented the Baltic region as their geopolitical sphere where Russia's minority rights are violated. In order to have a legal way to intervene in Estonian politics, the Kremlin used the narrative through the 1990s as well as today, the concept of compatriots as a foreign policy tool, however, dates back to the 1960s, but after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the concept was just reintroduced and included in Russia's foreign policy approach. This humanitarian trend, as Russia called it, aimed at standing for compatriots' rights abroad, especially in Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, and the Baltics. The humanitarian trend included traditionally practiced policies, such as propaganda campaigns of violations and political consolidation of Russian minorities, but it also covered soft power elements such as science, education, culture, and public diplomacy. And it's important to note that the Kremlin rhetoric prevailed despite the fact that Russian forces violated international law and injured and killed civilians in the former Soviet space, for example, in Chechnya. When it comes to politics, the concept of human rights near abroad was introduced in October 1990 by the Russian Foreign Minister Andrei Kozyrov, and 3 years later, Kozyrov made a shocking and strong statement at the OSCE meeting in Stockholm by claiming that Russia's near abroad is, I quote, a post-imperial space where Russia has to defend its interests by all available means, including military and economic ones. So the discourse of representing Russia as a guardian of human rights and peace was also present in all high-ranking officials' language. For example, President Boris Yeltsin backed Kozyrov by saying that the Russian Federation was the only power capable of promoting human rights and peace in the post-Soviet territory. So to conclude, the Kremlin used the humanitarian trend in order to firstly define the problem of the post-Soviet space, which was minority violations, and secondly, to justify its policies near abroad and to have a legal way to intervene to post-Soviet politics. And this kind of justification was present during the Russian invasion of South Ossetia in 28. It has been present in Transnistria, as well as, of course, the Russian war in Ukraine, but also in non-military conflicts as the Bronze Night in Estonia in 27. And in order to back and illustrate my argument, I have two examples about how the Kremlin tied troops withdrawal, Russian minorities, and NATO enlargement to the Baltics. And for example, Yeltsin argued in a telephone conversation with Clinton in 1996 that Russia would be prepared to pull out the troops from Latvia and Estonia, I quote, when it's provided there are no discrimination policies towards Russians there. Yeltsin also linked the Russian-speaking communities with the border dispute, arguing in 1997 that the Kremlin would not sign the border agreement between Estonia and Russia unless minority violations against the Russian-speaking populations were eliminated. To conclude, the humanitarian trend in Russian foreign politics has been an important tool to stay involved in the politics of the former Soviet Union. And I believe that the humanitarian trend is a way to analyze post-Soviet politics more broadly, and it helps to uncover the Russian influence in the field. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to introduce and to invite to the board, to the screen, Carol Miller, who is working more in a very interesting comparable studies within Baltic environment and Far East. She's teaching several courses related to Korea, Korean society, Korean history and culture and art in Vytautas Magnus University. But today, in very, I would say, anthropological or ethnographical framework, she will present the theme of narration of cultural traumas through collective memory, theoretical framework for history education. So the floor is yours.
Okay, hello. I hope you can hear me yes. Well, first of all. Okay, let me share my screen then. Okay, Can you see my screen? Everything's fine, I believe. Okay. So yes, thank you for the nice introduction. And I will start right now with my presentation. And I have to say in beforehand that this paper is still in progress, and I'm working it as a part of my thesis that I'm working for my PhD right now. And this will more focus on a theoretical approach. And as already mentioned, it's about narration of cultural trauma through collective memory. And it's a theoretical framework that I'm still trying to make together to be able to analyze history education, and also to be able to put this framework and this theoretical framework, the methodology, to other kinds of aspects with the chance to analyze collective memory through cultural trauma. But first of all, a little bit about my actual thesis. So I am trying to do a comprehensive study of Korea and Lithuania, of South Korea actually, and to be more specific of the history and how it is being educated. So I am a second-year student, a student of ethnology, and this thesis nevertheless has a lot of different aspects in it. And today I'm trying to be a bit more historical because it's a historical conference. And my main concepts that will be also visible here in this presentation are collective memory and cultural trauma. And my approach is from the standpoint that history is actually a narration that is created by humans, right? So it's more or less, we cannot go with a time machine back and like see for ourselves. We have to read books, we have to interpret sources, archaeological findings, and so on. So in the end, it's an interpretation of us, right? So this interpretation can be sometimes misused, as we a couple of times actually heard already how propaganda or anything else can be looked at in a historical way. So national identity can also be created with the help of history, and it's especially important for post-colonial states. And for my thesis, Lithuania and Korea are both post-colonial countries. So in Lithuanian case, it's more of the Soviet occupation. And in Korea's case, it is the part of Japan's occupation. And because of that, I'm trying to draw this thesis that they might have built a similar national sentiment, nevertheless, that they are very cultural, far apart, and also very far apart with their actual beings on the globe, right? But nevertheless, because of the similar historical experience that was gained because of the occupation period they both have encountered, they have created a similar national sentiment, which can be seen also in the way history is being taught in the official history narration of the state. And on the left side, you can see I have also kind of wrote down a couple of other similarities that actually made me start this this kind of study at first hand, because since I'm myself graduate Korean or East Asian studies and was more learning about Korean history, I noticed a couple of similarities that South Korea and Lithuania has in common. And then I tried to make another study about national identity. So the national identity can also be more or less be found created in a similar way. So this is how I actually got to the point where I actually needed this kind of framework to be able to make a further study of history and history education. And here you can see my major keywords, and this is actually how I started. So I wrote everything down that was important, and this paper that I'm writing on is actually a way to put it all in a logical way in the matrix, and I will show you what finally came to result. But first of all, the most important things in my case are obviously history. And as I mentioned before, I look at history as something that is not just one unchangeable truth, but it's actually a narration that is created by humans. And as we know that authoritarian regimes might have a kind of different way to history. Let's look, for example, at North Korea and Russia and all the other authoritarian states. And on the other side, the Western should be very democratic and very unpolitical. Nevertheless, we still can trace back historical facts that are kind of framed or kind of or are kind of portrayed in a way that might fit the one narration. Then we obviously have cultural trauma. And for cultural trauma, the most important thing is that cultural trauma actually has a big impact on collective memory, in the way that cultural trauma changes collective memory in a way that can never come back to the usual cultural environment that a society where a nation is born with or is or can identify it with self. And collective memory can further be divided into three parts, as Eihmane has shown us with his works. And for this study, cultural memory is most important because communicative memory can only live on for a couple of generations and then it automatically changes. But if you look at cultural memory, which is written down memory or monuments or anything that is not communicative, then we can see that it's a way to actually see how people before the 4 generations that can only be seen in communicative memory saw history and understood history. And then I also wrote down a couple of things more, but I will be talking about them in my next slides. So once again, just to make it a bit more clear. So my main start point was Ivax, and we know that he was the father actually of collective memory. And obviously Dürkheim also had in his readings a couple of mentions or a couple of ideas that could be, which obviously influenced Ivax, but he was the main one who then created this kind of approach for collective memory. And then we see that Eihmane is one of the main critics of Ivax's theory because he was the one who actually put them into these 3 parts of political memory, communicative memory, and cultural memory, also empathizing that it can almost be used as a kind of way to frame something. So it's a choice to tell a history in one or another way, so we can empathize a couple of events or just downgrade other kind of events. And so we create a narration that is we can almost say that government framing theory can be applied to analyze that kind of events. So, and Eihmane then in his works show us that this kind of cultural memory is then preserved in the so-called mediators of the past. So books, education is also one of them actually, or teachers or monuments or anything else that actually has this one narration that is being preserved throughout generation, not in a communicative way, but it's actually written down narration. And then we come to the trauma. So actually, if you talk about trauma, the main keyword of trauma or collective trauma is something that is kind of old, but not that old if you look at the social political context. And as we see here, I'm very sorry. If we look at trauma, we can see a couple of different interpretations of it. And do I have a pointer here? No. So if you look at the second one, we see that Hirschberger even went as far as saying that collective memory or collective meaning actually is not possible if you don't have collective trauma, because collective memory and collective meaning for something has only a kind of a meaning to it if it is actually being if it actually has a meaning of trying to go to a goal. And if you have a collective or a cultural trauma, that the goal is to overcome the trauma. So it's a kind of confusing concept, but if you look more at it, it actually makes sense, because you have to have people wanting to be together or wanting to identify themselves as something collective, and a collective trauma, it actually works as glue in this kind of situation. And if you look what actually history teaching has to do with that, is that teaching in general, as we all know, has a big impact, and it also can also act as a mirror that reflects the ideology that the state tries to introduce to their young generation. And for example, if you look at this short citation here, we know that not only, there are a lot of couple examples, but I chose this one, that especially in South Korea, it has been instruments to create one or another kind of sentiment. And we see here that especially for post-colonial states, history is history teaching has had a very important place, because through history education, and also through telling the story of the nation, the colonialized state, the used to be colonial states, try to seek a legitimization for their independence, and they also tried not to only seek it into the outside, but also make the children and themselves to understand that they actually are independent and actually are having a state or creating their own state. And this also is important to build tradition and to build culture, to build a historic background that helps to legitimize. And this is made through history and through history education. And we also have civic education in a couple of countries, but in most cases, this kind of civic education is also being done in history classes. And this kind of education opens the door for a new history, so for the future history, and to understanding how to write and how to continue history. And as I mentioned before, through all the things that I just have mentioned, I eventually came to this at first a bit confusing, might look a bit confusing at first, theoretical framework that is in this case especially for history education, and I will go a bit through it one by one. So I have parted it in two parts: the upper one, because it's the main theoretical part, and the downer one, which kind of is a manifestation still on theoretical level without real examples, but it allows us to look at history education from a theoretical kind of thing. So first of all, as I mentioned before, in my thesis and in this paper as well, I looked at history narration as being more or less created by the state, because we are talking about history education. The history education is always overlooked, or could be also overlooked by, not overlooked, the word for that is taken care of, I believe, sorry, by the state. And the state has to legitimize all the history textbooks, also all the other materials the teachers use. They cannot go into the classrooms and check. I will talk about it later, but on a theoretical basis, the state is in charge of the education and of the history education. So, so we talk about legitimization, national sentiment, and national identity, which the state tries to create through history narration. And in Lithuania's case, and also in Korea's case, and all other post-colonial case, the post-colonialist history narration has a lot to do with the way these states like to tell their history or try to create their history. And then we have Eilbach's theory of collective memory, which has a lot to do, because it not only is a history narration, but it's more of a sentiment that comes. It's like a feeling that allows people to remember something, which obviously has to do with history because it's a memory. And then, as I mentioned before, we can see that Assmann takes it to another level and creates three kind of different spaces for that. And we look at culture memory, and collective trauma can obviously be portrayed in all these others, but I refer to add more bubbles to not make it more confusing. So if we look down, we come to collective trauma, and cultural trauma is actually a concept introduced by Alexander and Smeltzer and all these other authors. Actually pretty recent if we try to compare them to Eilbach's theory. So we see this cultural trauma, which very nice theorizes all this framework for trauma, which is a cut in collective memory. And we have different kind of ways. And as you might have imagined, the most popular one is the Holocaust. And a lot of people try to do all this framework based on the Holocaust. But we know that there are a couple of problems, because one problem is looked as the major problem. Other try to make their problems more legitimate, more legitimate, trying to overcome some other problems. So, but this is a whole other topic. I'm sorry. So if you go back to this graph, we have to remember that this is only possible if we take the victim and the one who created the trauma into the big picture, because we are trying to look at a collective trauma, and we have to remember that the victim might portray reality different than the one who created the trauma. So I'm very sorry. This can be actually, this theoretical framework can be used for examining both of them, but I am in my thesis trying to look at the victim, so at Korea and Lithuania, in how they are understanding their the cultural or the period of the colonial period, the Soviet period, and the Japanese colonial period, and then how this all manifests into history education. So talking about the first part, the cultural trauma can be seen in a lot of different things. We can look at museums, at halls, and all other things, but I chose to look at education because it has the clearest path to the state. And on the left side, you can see democracy. It shouldn't be actually at that place, but I just wanted to include this because if we talk about Korea and Lithuania right now, these are democratic states. So you cannot 100% say that it's only the state which says that I want to make the narration this way. Nevertheless, obviously the state has the control over it, and there is this kind of possible instrumentalization, maybe not a very clear one, but if you look at it, you can see that some things might be downgraded or downplayed, while the others are more seen. So what we see here is this 4 kind of parts of learning. And for my, I would very quick. So for my thesis, I look at the legislation part, which is directly in here with the state, and also at teachers and how teachers actually use this information. But we have to remember that teachers are always there. It's always possible for teachers to introduce into the class their own kind of opinion and so on. So we cannot actually go into each classroom of each school here, right? But looking at the legislation like education outline and also the textbooks, we can try to find or try to examine the whole narration or the main narration that the states try to create. And then we see that this kind of narration that is created leads further to decision-making and to forming of new collective memory and national identity. So we see that it's kind of this big circle that not only that collective memory not only creates national identity, but it also is depicted, and the depiction of collective memory once again creates collective memory for new because generations are changing. So this is another important thing that has to be told while talking about this problem. And to the main takeaway points, very shortly, that nevertheless that there are a couple of these factors that, and I see a mistake, it's not uncountly, it's undoubtedly, I'm sorry, also play major roles like entrance exam and private opinions of schools, teachers, influence of the surroundings, family and friends. We still can see through this a way of, through this kind of succession of events that, especially for post-colonial states, narration which is created by the state and is suitable for the national sentiment and makes it easier to create or to continue a national identity, which helps to legitimize after the colonialization period, the state is crucial for how it's been formed, and this narration can be further analyzed and see if it's similar in the sentiment with other nations, or maybe there are different kind of ways of coming through or working out, as Lakapra said, of this problem. And thank you for your attention in this kind of confusing theoretical presentation.
Thank you very much, Carola. Theoretical framework in many cases are most interesting one, and also the most hard one, as we are very, I would say, lazy to think about thinking, especially when we are coming to the interpretation of the past. But unfortunately, I have also my own experience in all three fields, so it's extremely hard for me to sum up or to formulate smaller questions, as there is a huge space for debate on all three topics which you opened up. I will start just with a question which came into this chat room, dedicated to Karola. And to sum up the rather long question, I would say, is it how do you think this parallel between Lithuanian and South Korean? I would like to enlarge that not only in pre-Christian paganism, but religion per se, as also Christianity plays significant role in the construction of what we are speaking about cultural memory. I will add some question from myself a little bit later, but do you have some comment or very short answer to that?
Yes, maybe from my point of view, or how I understand it, because I'm still lacking in a lot of fields. So what I meant with that is that the creation of this continuous history and tradition has a big impact by the ancient tradition as well, because especially for Korea, and I believe similar for Lithuania as well, with all these festivals that are retrieved and with all these days that are for paganic rituals, because we have a lot of them in Lithuania as well, like day for lighting for the sun, and they go together and say that Lithuanians, like 700 years ago, 1,000 years ago, were doing that here. And same for Korea, they try to legitimize their history, and they're trying to say we were here and we were doing that. And if we talk about Christianity in Lithuania, or for religion in Korea, so in Korea's case, it's a bit different, because in the Koryo dynasties, like the second dynasty of Korea, we had Buddhism, later in Joseon, we had Confucianism, and Confucianism is not a religion, it's more of a philosophy. So that might be a bit strange to create because Buddhism was still there, but the main ideology was Confucianism, and then we had coming Christianism in from the West. So we have this kind of more different possibilities of religion, or maybe all of them at once in one household. So that's a bit different, but from my understanding that in Lithuania, since in Soviet, you had no religion. Theoretically, you were not allowed to. Theoretically, then if I like say from my understanding that after being independent again, they all went to church and they were like, now we are all Christian and we are Lithuanian and we Lithuanians are Christian and we'll celebrate Christmas because like families still celebrated Christmas, but they could not do it in the kind of way that you had some on the television, like Christian, like things going on and so on. So I believe that it's also kind of a way to implement that they are free to choose what they believe in. And as the nation Lithuania is now Christian, nevertheless, they, from the start, they were like, not Christian. So from my point of view, that is maybe the thing that I would add to this.
If he has started torture you, so probably I could ask also some couple of questions which raised in my mind while listening. The first of all, I would like to ask probably the big summary in one sentence, which you didn't mention, because also this presentation was only about the theoretical framework, but the theories depicted for the practical research you are doing, and you have done already a lot of that. What brings new this comparison between Lithuania and South Korea for understanding Lithuanian common memory or history better? So what additional outcome for that? Because to be honest, I do truly believe that there are just a few scholars who are knowing who are understanding South Korean case. So that is one thing. Another, which I would like to ask, to be honest, I'm already having my own answer to that, but I would like also to hear yours about collective memory per se. Also in your thesis, you were underlining that practically, and I'm quoting you, modern collective memory is constantly being preserved. By what I read, it's not a problem that you wrote that, but it's a problem that I read from that collective memory exists as something. But what creates a collective memory and how it is abused not as a source, but as an outcome of some intentional actions. And in combination with that, probably also just one thought, which I have developed myself on Latvian case study of perestroika period and on also previous periods, that education and history education, isn't it used not only in construction of national identity, but also in transfer of traumas of previous generations? So we are traumatizing in the sense next generations where probably this self-victimization is used by very strict political purposes. So
yes, definitely. To comment on your last comment. So for example, if you look at Korea during the 60s, we had authoritarian regimes there. And one of the main reasons why it was a military regime was because it was once again using this collective memory, saying that we need an army, we need a military regime to be able to protect ourselves because we had so many invasions. Korea had 3 major invasions and the other little invasions were not as hard, but the Japanese colonialization period was the reason why these authoritarian leaders we're saying, yes, we do actually need this kind of military regime to be able to protect our country from other invasions again, or from being colonized again. So this is maybe one thing that I can add up, that I definitely agree with you. And for the first question, if I remember, you were asking what does this add up to history? First of all, what was interesting me a lot was to look at all these history textbooks and also how they are used in real life. So my main thesis, study is not only theoretical, obviously. So I will conduct a lot of interviews with actual teachers, and also to look at the textbooks, all possible textbooks for history, and then try to see how they are used. And I really want to see how these textbooks are being used and how they are like used in real life. So I really hope that this study can help to maybe that's too much, not for a revolution or a reform for history education, but that it kind of opens the eyes how these textbooks actually are being used and what they say and what they talk about. And the comparison is because I mentioned before, it's a similar historic flow. I'm not saying that is the same, but a very similar historic flow in a very far away nation. If I do this similar events, I want to see how they are portrayed. So both countries can not really learn from each other, but you can see how different cultural background states similar facts, and also how they portray different things, because as I showed you, there are a couple of similar events that can be portrayed in one and another way, and both are traumatic. So it kind of shows how different countries deals with similar historic trauma, and also that can help to find points how to overcome it. And as you mentioned before, that it's actually not only showing it, but also traumatizing again. And for a couple of ideologies, it's important to keep that trauma to legitimize one or another behavior. So the question is, do we as a nation want to overcome the trauma, or do you want to be stuck in the history, in the past, and once again relive the trauma and relive and like live in this kind of belief that we are victims and that everyone should be helping us? Or so there are different kind of possibilities to see that. And my point of view I would really like to try to find first of all the standpoint of Lithuania and of Korea, because through that narration I hope to be able to see what kind of position Lithuania takes in Korea. Do they try to overcome it? Do they try to portray themselves as victims, or do they try to portray the aggressor as a monster, not only showing the events as such, but implementing a kind of sentiment? So that would maybe be an answer. I hope that I answered.
Hey, thank you very much. Aquila, are you here?
Yes, I am.
I wanted to ask you about your research of the sense of community. Have you taken into account the change of industries? The changes which in some cases are very technical, like also the size of the project, so amount of the project, the amount of the personnel which are involved in the conduction of one film project. How many people are working in the film industry like a full time? And just my personal experience, I have worked also in film industry, both in Latvia and Lithuania. So how many are very occasional actors within this community? And also the change of financial model when in one day, probably not in one day, but in very short time, collaborators became competitors. Just one. There are multiple factors which are affecting personal relations. You are paying more attention to the personal relations amongst crew, but about these factors, I know the amount of minutes is very limited for this conference. But in your thesis, in your work, are you depicting this stuff also?
Yeah, so first of all, talking about the amount of film production workers in Lithuania, it's not so, I do not have accounts for sure, and it's not so easy to count, but I think for now it's still 1,000 or something, because I can say that now Lithuania and is living a gold age of film industry, because a lot of foreign companies coming to Lithuania, we're doing a project. So every time it's kind of lack of employees. So all the time, if you really want to get in film industry, now it's the best time to get in, because all the time you get a place. And but yeah, I do not have a numbers, and actually I do not know how to count it and correctly. And talking about financially things, I think in Lithuania it's still not so competitive profession. It's depends on the same reason which I mentioned before, because when we had a crisis, for example, it was 2008, I think. Yeah, then it's kind of start a fight between workers, because maybe only few projects per year happening in Lithuania. So it's mean that it's not so easy to get job, because it can be that you're not gonna have a job for all the year. But for now, I think everyone have a place where to work, and I think it's really effective because of the economic situation in Lithuania.
Okay, thank you. I see that we are running out of our time. Some of you who are in Valmiera already have to join the informal part, but still I wanted to also raise some question very shortly to Miss Helena Neglit. Are you here? Can we?
Yes, I'm here.
Good. So the question also about this Russian minority or Russian-speaking minority, which unfortunately I have made some research on Latvian case, which definitely is different from Estonian experience. But I really wonder, is there a discourse in Estonia that non-citizens are stateless persons? Because it's very clearly answered in Latvian case that it's two different stories. The statelessness and non-citizenship are not one. So I wonder how it's in Estonia. And the second thing is, which that's an outcome of my understanding of Latvian involvement in the same discourse, or Russian involvement in Latvian discourse on similar matter, is that if we are looking on the timeline, we can see some international processes which are triggering this strengthening of focus on minority discrimination in public diplomacy between two states, like withdrawal of Russian army, Russian economical crisis 97-98, and the shift of market links in the economy, 2003, and actually 1997-2003 as accession talks of to enter EU and NATO, the cope or this shooting in Moscow 1993, there are very different triggers, and probably we are looking on the outcome not only on bilateral relations between two governments, but also there are significant geopolitical part, or this big politics between Russia and the West, the building relations with the West after collapse of Soviet Union, and probably even more important, the domestic issues of Russian nation building, which in many cases is out of our focus because we are looking on bilateral relations. But when we are looking on Russian domestic triggers, we can, that's an outcome of my research, but probably it can help you, or you can overthrown it by your studies, that in many cases it is also a response to Russian domestic troubles to form an inner threat or inner enemy. And I find very brilliant Levada Center polls on the public opinion in Russia that it's a much more complex process where development of Russian military doctrine, Russian politics of foreign affairs, which includes also the change of the content of the term compatriot from Russians in early 90s still through Russian speakers, and nowadays we can see that this term involves everyone who have born in Soviet Union, including those who are having nothing in common with Russian language or Russian ethnicity. So it's just, it's more like a comment, but it's an outcome of my studies on Latvian case. I wonder what could be your remark based on your studies on Estonian case to that.
Thanks for this comment. When it comes to your first question, then we don't use the word or like the concept of stateless persons, neither non-citizens. We rather use, we have this like, I don't know, own concept for like people who own gray passports. So, but I have recognized that Western scholars use the word stateless persons more than like non-citizens in order to describe Russian-speaking minority here in the Baltics. And yes, when it comes to my research, then I'm mainly focusing on Russian foreign policy, as well as you pointed out, Russian domestic issues, what very much influenced the foreign policy approach during this time. Some scholars have also emphasized that Russia had some kind of like identity crisis during the 1990s, because before the dissolution of the Soviet Union, there was like a single ideology, and everything was tied with that ideology. But after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, then there were like many different approaches, ideas, how to build up the country, what is the Russian role in the world. Is it still like one of the main economies and countries in the world, or does it have to take like a more marginal role in the international sphere? When it comes to like this, I should call it like internal like enemy or like a foreign enemy, then I would not stress that too much, because I believe that every country and ideology has this kind of foreign, like illustrated, imagined foreign enemy or like opposition. So I would not overemphasize that. And yes, I mainly I'm aware that Russian foreign approach changed during that time very much. So I'm mainly focusing on the period from 1993 to 1996, because it's the first 3 years when the OSCE mission was established here in Estonia. But it would be really interesting to also cover the years before the NATO and European Union succession, because after Poland and other countries joined NATO and European Union in 1999, it was like it was clearly seen that Russian approach and like attacks against verbal attacks against Latvia and Estonia grew, because like Russian main goal was to prevent like the second succession of NATO and European Union. So there are, like, as you pointed out, there are many different periods and aspects that make this issue very, very complex. And I believe that this minority rights and humanitarian trend would some kind of like broaden this research on Russian foreign policy. I hope I somehow answered to your question.
Yes, thank you very much, and I really wish all of you success in your researches. We're awaiting the newest publications, and thank you also for attending this conference. I really hope you enjoyed that and got some new ideas to bring backwards also for your further research. Thank you for Valmieras Museum for organizing this event, and see you on some other occasions.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, and in this moment, I want to say thank you to Edgar's and all the others, all participants. I want to say thank you for all those who are still in this room and all those who are online. We will continue tomorrow with Latvian sessions just before 10 a.m. So again, thank you very much and see you next year.